Hello. Yeah. Anyone recognize the artist in the lower left pit? It looks familiar, but you can't quite place it. What? The big chunky Zeebs in the bottom left, the with like the shorts. That would have been done by Simon Moo. That would have been, I believe, the bottom left one in the corner there is Simon Moo.
Hello.
So actually, let me just double check. Are they Simon Moo on Fur Affinity? Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm pretty sure they're Simon Moo. Pay attention in the game as the next Carmine is a blink and you'll miss it character. Cool. I'm gonna say this real quick, but ding. Questions about the game will be answered by playing the game. No spoilers, please, as I go through the blah 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 blah. As I go through the Gears of Warring and such like that. So okay, so the name of the by the by, Soylent Orange. The name of the artist is Simon Moo. So they normally do like chunky art and what have you. They are a regular sort of artist for Code the Yoshi and what have you. And so that bottom left art you see in the corner there, Moo, M-U or Moo? Hang on a second. So Simon Moo. That's who you want. Let me just have a little double check and see if they've posted that gifted art on their Fur Affinity. Give me a second. I don't see it on the first few scrolls. Spoilers, this game has war with it. How could you say that to me, Renee Zag? I haven't even started the game. I'm merely just here. I have only just sort of like, you know, gotten all the, what's the Mahoozies done? Don't worry, Gears 4 and 5 are the ones I haven't played, so I'm just as blind. You say that, but if I look up the chat earlier, you say, pay attention as the next Carmine is a blink and you miss it character, which tells me that there are some things you know about Gears of War 4 and 5, which makes it even more important that you don't say shit about Gears of War 4 or 5, because I would like to go through the experience of Gears of War. Hi there, Goldie. Welcome, welcome. I would like to go through the Gears of War experience with as little spoiler and what's mahoozy as possible. Hi there, Cap. Writing in she gears on my war till I emulsion till what's it called? E-Day. It's not emulsion. What's E-Day? E-Day is like, what's the fucking Emergence Day? Thank you. She gearing on your war till emergence. There you go. Yeah, you got it, Cap. Good on you. I'm super excited for the Gears of War E-Day that's coming out soon. That is right. That's like one of the that's one of the new games. It's not yet out yet, but that's like one of the games in the Gears of War franchise that is going to be trying to come out in the next little whiles, isn't it? Like, have they given us a date for Gears of War E-Day yet? Hang on a second. Real quick Google search before we get into the game. So commercial flailers, Cliff Blinsky. Oh, wow. Cliff Binsky has not been involved with Gears of War games after Gears of War 3. Goodness gracious. All right. Gears of War E-Day. All right. So the Gears of War E-Day is 2026. Oh, okay. So it's sometime in this year then. That's good. That's interesting. She emerged on my gears till I wore. Man, and who says, like, you know, furries aren't horny on command? I've had a migraine all day that's persisted through sleep, and like, can it not? I would prefer my head not be pulsing. Well, that depends. Have you been keeping up with some vitamin C and some fluids? Sorry, I was trying to crack open a cold one at an appropriate time when I said, you know, fluids and shit. Hi there, Air Omega. Welcome, welcome. Backstory. In the first couple of Gears of War games, there was a character called Carmine who had... Oh no, like, so Soil and Orange, you're coming into this, like... You're coming into this, like, so far behind. I've already gone through the first 3 Gears of War games. I have been spoiled on the Carmine thing, thanks to Wild Saber. I am aware that, you know, we get a grunt named Carmine. In the first game, in the first mission, Carmine gets shot in the fucking head. And I was already told about Carmine just dying in every game. So, like, that one there, I was just sort of like a... Man, that would have been a really good moment of like, oh my goodness, our characters can die in this game. Instead, I was just like, like, the minute he was poking his head out, I was like, okay, this guy's gonna die because of that kind of foolishness. The second game almost worked better, because I'll be frank with you, the fact that the Carmine that we got in Gears of War 2 was lasting for a majority of the first arc, if I wasn't told of the fact that they die in every game, I honestly thought that Carmine was a case of, oh, apparently people liked the first Carmine, and so we get a Carmine more permanently in Gears of War 2. That is not what happens. Instead, he gets eaten alive and is just slowly getting his guts, like, you know, burned by stomach fluids and shit, so his bottom half is all gone. I'm sorry, it's E-Day, so you'll be stuck with Retro Lancer. Fuck. I didn't like the Retro Lancer. But yeah, so then the third Gears of War, apparently it was like a voting thing of whether or not the Carmine in Gears of War 3 would live and die. Actually, that reminds me. Because this came out, Gears of War 3, Carmine, death. So someone did a, like, a little thingy-madiggy of, like, oh, here's what would happen if Carmine died. Hang on a second, let me find it. Where's the... Gears of War 3, Carmine, death. Where is it? It's like really it's like a silly little alternate here we go. Apparently, if the players voted, this is what would have happened. This is how, like, the Carmine in Gears of War 3 would have died. Where basically, like, he's trying to, like, get, like, something off of the radio, and he, like, electrocutes himself to death, and they're like, this is how Carmine would have died in Gears of War 3. Didn't he live in Gears? He did live in Gears of War 3. This would have been if people voted for him to die. That's the joke. So I don't know if that's like... Because here's the thing. Asking your viewers for whether a character should live and die is a terrible means, okay? Like, they did that with Jason Todd, and it was such a narrow win or loss. And what's more is, like, that Robin, like, let's be frank with you, Robin was not interesting. And having him die was not really all that great. But everything after his death was what was interesting. So we had, for example, you know, The Dark Knight Returns, which is basically what if the Batman did retire after the death of Jason Todd, and, you know, years and years later he comes back into the fold and shit like that. But then we have, you know, Under the Red Hood, where they decide to be like, oh, retcon, Jason Todd lives, and in order to, you know, make that a case, we have him resurrected, but he can't just go back to being Robin because we've already replaced him with a Robin, so let's just have him, you know, go crazy and have the tendencies of, like, actually, like, you know, super violence and all that kind of nonsense, which, you know, wasn't there with the original Robin number 2. But yeah, overall, I, like, having, like, when the player or when the viewer is in the command seat of how do we want to do a story, 9 times out of 10, it's not a good story, okay? If you want proof of it, just remember, last year's player, like, you know, Voice of the Player rewards gave Wuthering Heights the award, and it went up against games like Clair Obscur Expedition 33. The player is not a good barometer for what is a good game, okay? At E3 that year, I never actually played God of War yet, so I was... Or Gears of... I see GOW, and I thought God of War. Gears of War. Yet, so I was like, who the fuck is Carmine and why do so many people want to kill him? Exactly. But yeah, so I was spoiled on that thingamadiggy, but, you know, now we're entering into a Gears of War game that, you know, I don't think, here's the thing is, like, I feel like a lot of people didn't play this Gears of War game, or a lot of people aren't, like, talking about it because this was entering into, like, the post-Tumblr era where most people, you know, are very quick to judge on their IPs and such. So there was no longer this, like, you know, Tumblr thing of like, ah, yes, this fun little IP thing is just going to be our little thing. We're just going to, like, you know, share and love it and all that kind of nonsense. Instead, what happened is when new IP gets released, it gets into the broader audience and people are either going to love it, in which case everyone has to hear about it, or they hate it. There's no middle ground for it to be like, oh, let us just ferment. Let us just have an understanding of the themes and such, a la, you know, the prequel trilogy of Star Wars. Instead, everyone has to be like, oh, sequel trilogy of Star Wars, where it's just like, we absolutely hate this right at the get-go. All right, let's see. Now, hopefully, when I try and get this, like, you know, game, you know, zoomed in and all that kind of nonsense, it will actually, you know, capture any full screen application and such like that. We will see. But I need to pause the music in the background before we go any further. All right, so back into the game. Come on. Is it going to recognize? Hi there, Bookie. Welcome, welcome. Let's now. Okay, you. All right. Unfortunately, you don't see it right. What the shit? What? Okay, hang on. Why do you want to access? Sorry, I'm just getting all these daily reward earns things going off right now. You don't see it. This is the annoying thing. I don't know what's changed, but for whatever reason, like, one of this game source scene. Sorry. So, for whatever reason, full screen applications are no longer, like, you know, doing the work. So, capture any full screen application. We're not going to allow transparency. We're going to capture the cursor. Use anti-cheat compatibility hook. Similar sort of stuff. Come on, gang. Like, why capture a specific window? Like, it can see the Gears of War game and shit. Like, okay, there we go. What happened to OBS where it no longer just captures the fucking, Actually, let me check for updates. I bet you there is an update or something like that. No updates are currently available. Okay, never mind. Gears of War 5 is available, included with the Xbox Game Pass. Update to Ultimate to experience the new Hive Busters DLC exclusive for Gears 5. Cool. Unfortunately, I haven't played Gears of War 4. So how about I play Gears of War 4 rather than you, like, you know, trying to do... Yeah, that's their message of the day thing. So they're doing, like, the whole multiplayer thing, it seems. Oh my gosh. Lancer, Mazda, Retro Lancer, Overkill, Bolter, Oh, cool. There's a benchmark system. All right, let's see how poorly my PC deals with a game from 2016. A couple of seconds change.
That one.
So far, so good. I'm going over 60 frames a second. It's totally fine. This is honestly fucking crazy to look at and such, but I don't understand why we've gone down the brown route. Although it is funny seeing all that rocking about. I don't know if that stuff's supposed to wiggle. But it's loud as fuck. Alright, interesting, interesting.
Go down.
Nice! I can go with ultra settings. Cool. Hi there, Velk. Has it not always been brown? I feel like it's always been... like, I just honestly thought that because of, like, the way the banner looked for Gears of War 4, where it actually had, like, blues and shit, I just thought it you know, it wouldn't be, like, brown into the game and what have you. So, anyway, I'm just gonna... Ding dong. Just in case. 720p. 30 frames. Alright, let's stream this. Hopefully, that way, you know, in case moderators or what have you want to be in the VC, they can. Solo. New. Normal. Wait, what the fuck is Iron Man? You must restart the campaign if you die. Oh, fuck that. Absolutely, or we're not doing that. I consider myself a jack of all trades kind of player, all right? I am not brilliant at like any sort of game, okay? I can hold myself in like Smash Bros and Mario Kart and Call of Duty, in RPGs. I can read some of the stuff. I just don't have like, you know, I don't have a mind for the metas and what have you.
And we're back. Finally today, in New Ephyra, First Minister Jin commemorated the 25th anniversary of the end of the Locust...
Okay, this is colorful as shit.
Today, we are humbled by the presence of 2 generations of men and women who braved every danger, who fought the battles that made us what we are, including the most pivotal encounter of the Pendulum Wars, Ashfo Fields.
Santiago!
Oh!
Spare you the inspirational...
I remember this general.
You know what to do.
His voice is familiar.
Let's do this.
Pendulum Wars.
We take down those towers, cripple their communications, then raid the lab. Command wants the Hammer of Dawn. Command gets the Hammer of Dawn. All right, let's move.
Oh, okay. All right, so we're going through a prequel thing. Oh, shit. Wait, are we playing as a Carmine? We're playing as a Grunt.
Gears. We're only gonna get one shot to extract those plans. Once we take down the comm towers, this entire base is cut off. Yes, sir.
Rose, Kizil, and Dom. Dom is alive.
We've got Indies. Up top, take him out. Get into cover. Nice shot. Way to go, Private! Keep pushing! Tower's just ahead!
Same animation as before for swapping what's-a-mahoozies, so that's fine by me.
Come on, the Major's waiting! Ah! Spaghetti to Polsky! Spaghetti to Polsky! More Indies! One less enemy to... Damn it! They're dug in! Get around and flank them!
Wait. Hang on a second, hang on. Give me a...
Let's go! Tower's just ahead!
Did they give this gun the M1 Garand ping? Hang on a second. Give me subtitles on. Push to talk. All right, so music. Let's do like 4 effects. 5. Actually, music will do 2. Effects will do 4. Character dialogue will do 8. All right. Give me a second. They did! They did put the M1 Garand. Look at the enemies. Yeah, they're humans, aren't they? Okay, well that one's probably not looking human because it's dismembered the fuck out of, but like, yeah, these are people, aren't they? Because, you know, again, this is like during the whatsamahoozy war.
Approaching bonfire.
Roger that, Green One. And sweet hell, these are dumb code names.
The not emergence war, pendulum war. There we go. So this is like, you know, whatsamahoozy, the people that are doing the
Charge planted.
This is all Civil War
Our
shit.
match is lit.
Roger that. We're lighting our bonfire in 3, 2, 1.
Nice. Ours wasn't as spectacular as theirs.
Also, I'm shit canning our code name, Santiago. See you at the lab.
Yes, sir. The lab's just beyond that security gate. Push up. Machine gun nest. We're splitting up. You two take left.
Oh, take left. Okay.
We're spotted. Take cover.
Ready to go.
You're done.
Reloading.
Let's do this. Let's go. Who's up next?
Hey, the Major's counting on us. Get up there.
Got it.
Don't let him pin you down. Move up. Nice shot, Private.
Okay, they're not there. But yeah, they gave the M1 Garand noise to this thing. Hi there, Big Hoss. Hi there, Air Gamer Tech Chub. How goes the Gears of War? It goes. I am right now.
Just what I needed.
Hang on. Oh, press 4. Once again, we have to.
Fire
Come on, get a frag in there. Nice.
There
Now
we
get
go.
through that door. And don't mind the mess.
And don't mind the mess. The guy's gibbed, isn't he? Yep, they're gibbed. Absolutely decimated. But yeah, so we're right now going through Gears of War 4, where we get a prequel, where we're right now, like, going through the Pendulum Wars of all things. Although, give me a second, I want to have a look at the other... Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, hello. Collectible found. The UIR security report. Department of Internal Security. Memorandum. ASPO point vulnerabilities. Purpose. My review indicates multiple vulnerabilities in base security. Protecting the Hammer of Dawn program is of paramount importance. If successful, the program will ensure total military and technological dominance over COG forces. Reinforce all potential entry points. Place off-site mortar squad in case of security breach. Garen Paddock, Major of the UIR Infantry, Acting Assistant Director, Department of Internal Security. So what's the UIR then? Also, why the fuck do you have, like, weird fucking letters? Like, we're humans. And that doesn't look like Cyrillic or, you know, why did you invent a language? Like, if you just wanted us to have, like, question mark of, like, huh, it's not English. You could have just used any one of our actual languages. Instead, they come up with Capvoming Epov, whatever the fuck that is. Anywhoosies. It's not important. It's not important. The point is, we're painted blue humans, so we are the good humans, and they're painted an opposing
You two,
color,
you have the security code.
which means
Override that gate.
they are the enemy humans.
And with that, this raid is officially underway. Let's go.
Awesome.
All right, you know the drill. Eliminate the guards, get inside the lab, grab the plans. Then we ghost.
So what does this hammer of Dawn thing do?
Oh,
Wins the war. If we do our job right, every system here is wiped. And the ND scientists get an offer they can't refuse.
lol. Technically speaking, the Hammer of Dawn is a big fuck-off laser.
Moving stone!
Labs up ahead! Take them out!
Come the heck up! Who's there? Hector me, pizza! Yes, Jolania!
Open up on them!
There we go.
All right, we're in. Time to rendezvous with the Major. Come on!
Also, hang on. There's a... Can I open this door? No. Okay. God, this makes you so excited for E-Day. We're not gonna face these humans on E-Day. The whole point of E-Day is dealing with the locusts. Alright, let's see how...
Nice to see you're not dead, Private.
You too, Major!
Let's take out these Indies so we can get on with the...
Indies. I don't know if that's a good terminology to use.
Indy! Coming from the lab!
Oh, oh come on.
I owe you one! What's set it up to me? What the heck happened? The booty of Molotov! Let you know!
Good one! Keep it up!
Oh, that wasn't where I was aiming, but sure, I'll take that hit. I wonder if they make it...
I have eyes, Private. Now, let's get those plans.
Sorry, I'm just grabbing... There we go. Day late and $1 short? Who's a day late and $1 short? Coalition of... Yeah, so COG is the Coalition of Ordered Governments. Indies...
Looks like these Indy scientists aren't too eager to meet.
Independent nations.
Bruce,
Oh, yeah.
be a dear and rip this door.
Gears, listen up. If we're not out in 10 minutes, abort mission and get the hell out of here.
Cool, cool. Although it's interesting that... It's interesting that the whole, like, Hammer of Dawn thing wasn't invented by the COGs. It sounds like the COGs just, you know, did the whole Spartan military thing of, we'll just have someone else make it for us. Oh, okay, never mind.
They're coming in on the right side!
Hold your position.
Hang on.
Indy's on the left.
Keep them away from
Also, didn't their, like... Oh, maybe their... I think their, like, acronym was, like, UIR or something like that? So maybe they're, like, United Independent Republic or something crazy like that.
Don't let them through!
What do you mean, don't let them through? I'm on the fucking machine gun, so how about you do your job? Yeah, so it looks like UIR is their acronym.
Package is secure.
Cleaner, proceed to the beach for marlin extract.
You hear that?
Giving you grenades to take out the pillbox after you already killed the gunner via sharpshooting. Ah, yeah.
Incoming.
Then I suggest you run, Major.
Okay.
Go,
Alright.
Go, go!
Once it...
Don't get out of here.
Come on, just...
Don't stop!
Oh, shit.
Boats just ahead! Keep moving!
Glad to see that they cannot stop themselves doing the poop squat, run. Alright, are we gonna get a reveal that the
UIR's plans for the Hammer of Dawn, we ensured our survival in the worst conflict our world had yet known.
Nope, never mind. We're probably dead
But
from all
only
that.
2 years later, a new horror, a new enemy, a new war.
Control, be advised. Divert the Colonel's convoy.
House of Sovereigns.
Corporal, we're almost there.
Negative, Control. The House of Sovereigns is a red zone.
Corporal Kim, this whole city's a red zone.
Wait, are they already onto the new Lancers by E-Day?
Colonel Hoffman's
Nope, they're still on the retro. Okay. For a second there, I thought they already created a new Lancer.
Almost there, Control.
Oh, shit!
That's the convoy.
Look out! Look out!
More of those goddamn things! What the hell is even happening?
Oh, Jesus. Alright.
Got it!
Come on, we got this!
Actually, one of the things I'm gonna do, I forgot to do this earlier. Mouse sensitivity. Aiming sensitivity, I'm gonna lower down to like 8 or something like that. How quickly you look with the mouse while how quickly... Wait, so the default is 10? The shit? Okay. I'll leave you... So I'm gonna put you both at 10. Mouse roadie exit time. It takes for the mouse to return to normal after exiting a roadie run. Mouse turn while running. Cool.
Get to me!
Nice.
Move up. Assist the Colonel.
Also, didn't these guys have our guns? Oh, there we go.
What the hell is that?
So this shirt was designed by Fat Wolf. Fat Wolf is a pretty cool himbo artist as well. Highly recommended their stuff.
We need something bigger.
Corporal, there's a Hammer of Dawn in that van!
On it. Soldier, secure that hammer.
Okay, let me... Oh, shit. Probably shouldn't have just ran to my death like that.
Get that hammer in hand!
Yeah, there's locusts in the way, and I don't want to die, good sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, I see it.
Fine now.
We've got the hammer.
The satellites are up!
From that ugly son of a bitch!
Nice. There we go. Come on, like, how are you not dead in the first hit?
It's retreating.
There we
Nice
go.
work, soldier.
More of those goddamn monsters!
Waste them! Shit, man, they're tough! Oh shit! It's back!
Yep, I see it, I see it.
Who's that? Who's that?
Oh, okay, that's bullshit. I thought the Hammer of Dawn would have done some crazy good damage to them, but I guess not. Come on, come on, come on. There we go.
Good job, Gears.
What the hell are those things?
What's your name, Corporal?
Kim, sir.
Lieutenant Stroud and I need an escort. Congratulations, you're it.
Colonel, we need to get inside.
Oh, is that Anya?
I've got the code for the door, Colonel.
Well, good for you, son.
Good for you. How about you fucking use it?
Hold these stairs with that hammer. I'll be back when I can.
Oh, no biggie.
Oh man, this is bad.
All right, you heard the corporal. Don't let him inside.
They're coming right at us. Use the hammer. Oh shit, look out! Push them back! Push them back! We need some goddamn reinforcements!
Not gonna happen. Keep fighting. Got him.
This is insane!
Do not let them near the door.
Oh.
Fire in the hole! Shit!
All right, this is not a...
Who's next?
Oh shit! What is that thing?
Ooh.
Who the hell cares?
Oh.
Fire! Ooh, that's got it! Holy shit, you got it!
There we go.
Another one!
Man, why do the locusts get all the cool mounts?
Your face! Incoming!
Oh. Suicide bomber?
Gears, I'm sorry, but the Hammer of Dawn just went offline.
By nightfall, hundreds of thousands were dead. Emergence Day had earned its name. Like many of you, I was only a child then. It was a dark, terrible time.
Oh yeah, because they were at this war for like
And our victory
14
was in
years.
no way assured.
Oh, 17 years after Edict. I thought it was 14 years. Okay. I might be getting this wrong. Oh, shit. Okay.
I know you're medics, but we need everyone on that wall now. Get that soldier back on his feet.
Damn, the fact that you in particular have survived since Pendulum Wars, good work.
What happened?
Come on up.
Where the hell am I? This'll do.
Here we go. Also, why one-handed? It's not like I can shoot while on the thingy-majiggy, so... Anything of use? No. Okay. F.
Holy shit!
We gotta clear this wall. Clear it out.
Securing ammo!
Now clear out the courtyard. Don't let any more up.
Pick your shot! Make them count!
Oh, shit. Reloaded too soon.
Ah, shit, they're everywhere.
Raiders! Oh, goodness. I'm in the middle of something right now, Raiders. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Raid from the Psy Squad? Hi, Zyphirum. Welcome, welcome.
Keep coming.
Hopefully you're doing all right. Welcome. For everyone who doesn't know, my name is Grant. I'm a... Oh. Can I pause this, please? No, this game will not let me pause.
Left side open. Get over there and clear it out. Grappling hook.
Welcome, Raiders! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer, normally going through games of nostalgia or brand new ones in established IPs. No pause, only war. Would be great if it wasn't just war. But yeah, I've been going through the Gears of War like games. Like I've gone through the trilogy thanks to like utilizing cloud gaming to get through Gears of War 2 and 3. And now I'm going through the whatsamahoozies. I'm going through Gears of War 4, and instead of using like a controller to play it, I'm using the keyboard and mouse because it's like one of the original Gears of War games that was released for PC, not like a Gears of War game originally released for the Xbox and then it was like repackaged for the PC or something like that. So, yeah. So, we're going through this. How was Gray Zone Warfare? Was that a whatsamahoozy, a extraction shooter or something like that? If you don't have time to answer, that's totally okay. I can totally understand, you know, doing the whole raiding and being like, hey, I need a dash, I'm so sorry. Hi there, air-fated Foxo, I recognize that name. Lord Akon the Unstable, and Foxhound the Menace. Hi, welcome. But yeah, we're just going through the prologue right now. Here we go. Oh shit, what the fuck is this thing?
Come on, Gears! Knock him down!
Come on, Gears. Thank you for the thick Australian accent there. Oh, fuck you. Fuck.
Thanks, I needed that.
Oh, fuck.
This is good.
Damn it. Bernie, thank you. Yeah! Visceral as fuck, although nearly dead again.
Shot!
Bernie, I can use some help over here.
Yeah, give me a minute, give me a minute.
Gonna need a medic!
Damn it. Thank you, Colonel.
New war. All right, someone mount that turret and throw some hell down there.
Me, I'll throw hell.
Holy shit, there's hundreds of them!
God damn, there's too many of them. What the? Oh, let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you.
I see it. Gears, focus fire. Come on, you
Don't let me
big ugly
die,
son of a
please.
bitch. Show me what you got.
Oh shit, there's one like right in front of me. That's not good. Oh god. Okay, this game right now is doing a much better job in presenting to me the hopelessness of Gears of War. Jesus. I was having a great time in the first 2 bits. What the fuck? Ow. Oh.
But against all odds, a brave group
This is the end of Gears of War 3, where the
finally ended our locust nightmare.
the emulsion like killer thing. Basically, it was like a MacGuffin pulse. Kinda, it's a PvP and PvE. PvE is more of a get to a landing zone whenever you want to get back kind of deal. More of my style because less intense than Tarkov, and I get to not worry about players. Ah, okay, okay.
Stop and
There's a
think
lot
about
of-
the men and women
Can I pause this?
sacrifices
No.
guaranteed
It doesn't let me pause. Fuck's sake, why?
fought through
Why
the
would they make cutscenes that you can't pause? You gave me pausable cutscenes in Gears of War 2 and 3. Why didn't you...
knows no suffering. It's a world of safety, of family. A world finally at peace.
Oh my goodness, it almost looks like Adam Phoenix, Marcus Phoenix's father. But Marcus Phoenix died in Gears of War 3. Could this be maybe just Marcus Phoenix copying his dad's look? All the Phoenixes are just like, listen, I'm the patriarch of the family now. I need to be bold.
Just give me a sec.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, look. You know how this little guy starts out?
Trying to stay alive.
True. But if it survives, and most don't. It finds a way to change. The little larva becomes a chrysalis. Inside, it destroys and rebuilds itself, changing its color, its shape. It gets wings, claws.
I don't think it's turning into a...
Way out of its cage.
I don't think it's turning into a butterfly. Oh, wait, it is turning into a butterfly.
And it's new and beautiful.
Cool. It looked like it was doing some other kind of form.
Save your breath, JD. That one, she's a mother's daughter.
She really is.
I really am.
I have no idea who your mother is. This means nothing to me. I know none of yous.
We used to protect cock settlements. Now we're about to raid one. Is that ironic?
The fuck?
No. Raiding is what outsiders do. Until you two showed up. Now, boring.
Better bored than dead, old man.
Unpausable cutscenes are a sin in these days. They absolutely are. Oh. Why can't it be pausable?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're not gonna be bored. Dead, on the other hand.
That's not the security alarm.
Oh shit, wind flare! We can take cover inside the settlement!
Oh.
All of you, go!
Okay. Why the fuck are we not with the cogs? What the fuck is a wind flare? Although, to be fair, I probably can I can probably figure out why the window... Wait, is he just literally got a boar on the front of his... What? We live in modern technology! What do you mean it's getting dragged by a fucking... What is it? Horse or a boar? Looks like a horse.
The wall's closing!
Come on, come on, come on! Oscar, hurry! We gotta beat that wall!
Jesus, that's huge. Living off the grid? Possibly. Like, they seem to be outsiders.
Get down!
Uh-oh. Okay, it is just a... Oh, wait, it's a horse with horns?
I'm not leaving ugly! Go!
Oh, my... Yeah, it's a horse with horns. That's fucking baller. Wind flares affect projectiles, people, and the environment. Use cover to move. Okay, cool.
The wind's tearing everything apart!
Damn it! Wind wall's closed! Now what do we do?
We should head for that crane!
Yeah, we're gonna have a bit of a hard time getting to it.
Shit! We gotta get past that fence!
Yeah, but how? There's no gate!
Then we gotta knock it down!
What? How?
Ha! That worked!
Oh, okay.
Let's get to the crane! Oh shit! Lightning flurry!
Don't let him touch you!
Fucking wild!
We should be okay here! Oh yeah? Define okay!
Not immediately dead?
Holy shit!
Okay, we're alive. Who on earth needs to be told not to let lightning hit them? Someone that obviously, like, isn't aware of the like, cognitive don't worry.
Everyone okay?
How the fuck did you survive?
Good, good. Hey, ugly. You stay here, okay?
Damn, fucking warhorse over here.
So runaways. These big cog walls make you feel a little homesick?
Wow. Again with this runaway bullshit?
You know we don't need you, right? Raina told Del and me to do this, not you.
Sorry, smart guy. Where she goes, I go.
I don't need a babysitter, Uncle.
Then call me a chaperone.
How about I call you hungover?
Oh, you got some chuff, boy, don't you?
Uncle, you're obviously hungover.
Actually, I'm still a little drunk.
You gave me proper nouns of people that are not here. Like, I was giving you praise for the prologue, for like giving us a good rundown. And now you did that where you're like, oh, Reyna. Who the fuck is Reyna?
Cog settlements are built from the inside out, which means the fabricators in the construction hub at the center of town. We grab it, we leave.
You can count on a lot of security DBs in there.
There hasn't been an outsider raid in 6 months. We'll have the element of surprise.
Surprise of robots, my guy.
That.
We used to command DBs, remember?
Oh, yeah. Like a settlement too.
Hey, that wasn't their fault.
What?
You got bigger problems than stubbornness, young one.
Okay. Mark another fucking, like, oh, we just drop a proper noun, like, event thing of, like, oh, you shouldn't have, like, you fucked up at Settlement 2. I wasn't there at Settlement 2, now was I?
Okay, there's the construction hub. Just gotta figure out a way to get there.
Well, our only way in is down. Let's go.
This? Fine.
2 weeks ago, there was nothing here. And already they're building up the outer ring.
Well, they're not worried about
Ooh.
raids.
Okay.
It probably speeds things up.
Down.
Oh. Hey!
Watcher. He doesn't see us. And let's keep it that way.
You're glad I don't need a shirt in this beautiful weather. While roadie running, hold forward and press F.
Go towards the center, the more DBs we'll have up our asses.
Which is exactly why Dell and I should be doing this alone.
If we get caught, we can reason with Jen.
I did 15 years in the cog. Highly decorated. Maybe I'd
While sliding into cover, hold forward and press.
Say she was looking to stop.
Another option, not getting caught. Ladders. Guess we're going back up.
There we go. I almost got it, but not yet. Lol, just like a perfectly fine door? And we're gonna kick it? Those nipples are too lewd? I haven't had a problem with these nipples. I have been very fortunate that, like, men on Twitter.
That was a builder and not a watcher.
Oscar will be fine. I think I know how to avoid watchers.
Like, I feel like men on Twitter or Twitch have got, like, advantage, because, like, these are male-presenting nipples instead of, like, female breasts or anything like that, so I get to be the lucky one and not worry about this. Let's have a look. Safer future for all. Shepherd protection pamphlets. Shepherd protects citizens from harmful situations. Learn more about their role in the neighborhood. Alright, so we got robots giving us, like, you know, help and such. This technology would be really cool in Australia.
Remain where you are.
Ah, shit.
Shepherds will escort you from the premises.
Oh, wow, the robots are very humanoid. But yeah, this tech, unless...
Citizen, you are not authorized.
Alright, that was a quick change.
No citizens here.
Really?
What? Citizen implies we claim allegiance to a centralized authority. I think of myself as part of an anarcho collective.
The narco.
Active violence has been noted.
All right. Guess we're doing this the old-fashioned way.
Comply with our reasonable leadership.
Another dead
I don't
bot!
think so.
Oh, wow, okay.
Got it, destroyed.
There we go. Shock Enforcer.
With our reasonable request.
Catch!
Unlawful citizens acquired.
There we go. Sorry.
Suppress hostile targets.
Never mind, our guys got it.
Nothing but parts!
There we go. Calm your titties. I need to actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this real quick. I need to adjust something real quick. Sorry, because I had the Give me a second. No, it's not node graph. It's the menu I want, and it's settings, and then leap motion. Here we go. Show the device real quick. So height is totally fine. Distance. Let's bring you like a little bit close. So I was like, let's do 0.1. There we go. Sorry, I just had to, I adjusted like the distance of where the device is now. So now it's like, was this necessary? No.
So they know
Is it worth it? Yes. Supersize them? That requires bit redeems.
We fight our way to the fabric.
500 bits or 707 bits.
Or hyper himbo them, thank you very much. Very appreciated. Look how massive these are now. Fucking massive. Soylent Orange is a respectable enjoyer of all things big, as I am aware. Chat, you should go check out Soylent. I love held for smart detection. Chat, go check out, shout out, there we go. Go check out Soylent Orange. They've been doing streaming and what have you, but I've known them before the streaming thingamajiggies. They actually do, like, some not safe for work, writings and what have you. Good stuff, I highly recommend it. Working Girl is honestly, like, a personal fave of mine.
Watch it.
To take cover across from an enemy, then hold forward and press E to yank. Oh, okay.
Gotcha!
Alright. And then... and press V to... Nice!
Another dead shepherd!
Lawful citizens identified.
This should work. That's a pain in the ass.
Unit engaging.
Another shepherd destroyed! Alright, we're clear!
Cool. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. And like that, the titties are gone. They're still here. They're still here. They're just, you know, I'm properly dressed now. No need to be, like, lewd 100% of the time. Hang on. Oh! Shit. Alright, that's a dangerous boy.
Oh shit! Tracker!
You disagree with this statement?
Destroyed!
Of course she disagrees with the statement.
Oh, goodbye! One dead tracker!
So, runaways, what's it like being on the other side of these bombs? You miss your old friend?
Uncle, give it a rest.
Look out! More of them incoming!
For your welfare.
Fire in the hole!
Engage.
Nothing TV destroyed! Alright, that's all of them.
Close one,
Everyone see a way
but
out
I
of here?
survived,
I
so...
see a security gate. A locked security gate.
Oh, okay,
Hold
so
up.
these guys...
Let me think for a second. Whoa!
Oh.
JD, did you do that?
No!
That wasn't me.
That wasn't... What made you think I would do that? I disagree with that statement. You disagree that I can't... that I have to have, like, some semblance of decency while streaming, do you? You know, so yeah, I'm pretty sure I have it so that, like, the shirt redeem can't be, like I've tried to be very clever with the whole, like, redeems and what have you, where it's like, there isn't a way for the shirt stolen redeem to go off, like, over and over and over again, like, back to back. I think I've made it so, like, the cooldown on the channel redeem is, like, you know, longer than the actual duration of the stolen shirt. Let me just see about, hang on, not the shirt picker, shirt off. Yeah, so I've made it so that the shirt redeem, like, it'll increase in points every time you run it, and I haven't yet done a bit redeem for it yet. If I were to do a bit redeem, how much do you think it would it be? Like,
Well, you two aren't cog spies.
that's why I wait a good time before I steal it again.
You think the cog invented wind flares?
You saying they didn't? Well, even if you are spies, at least we didn't have to teach you how to fight.
Yeah, what is the deal with you outsiders? Most of Raina's people couldn't fight their way out of bed.
Oh, you don't want Uncle teaching anyone. He taught me to fight. He's lucky I still speak to him.
Hey,
Also, hi there, Masonic. Welcome,
that was
welcome.
very supportive.
That's one way to
Hello
describe
there.
it. Not an accurate way, but a way.
Good. Ammo.
One biddy? No, I am not having my shirt, like, taken off for just one bit. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. We're going through Gears of War 4. I have gone through the Gears of War trilogy, and I'm now at a point where, like, some of us that have been following me going through the series, this is now, like, unknown territory for some of us, but hopefully there will be peeps who will come in here and it's like, hey, I remember this game, and we'll be like, you know, thumbs up for playing a Gears of War game. How's it going on your side? And not only am I an enjoyer of all things big, I'm a producer of them as well. If anyone's ever in the mood for fiction of any sort of growth and bigness, hit me up. Will do. Lord knows I would have done, what's the
we're in the
who's
second
the,
ring. We should be getting
like,
close.
not safe for work renders and such like that, but, my god, I've just, like, not
Look
gotten
alive!
the energy.
DB's incoming!
Oop.
Another Shepherd destroyed!
While running or sliding, hold F to bolt kick. Go.
Just what I need!
Heads up! We got another card!
Fucking where?
Ow!
Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it for the 69 bits.
Construction hub dead ahead!
Unit relocating. For those of you that are not aware, 69 bits will just get me, like, hyper himboed immediately. Like, regardless of, like, cooldowns and what have you. So if you ever see me de-himboed and you're like, oh, I don't like seeing the Zebra de-himboed, then just go and give me 69 bits and I'll hyper himbo immediately. Not safe for work renders of Grant? Yeah, I used to do those. Like, before I did streaming and such like that, I got, like, a lot of not safe for work, like, commissions and such. And then there was the idea of, if I have a 3D model, I can then just make my own, like, GrantZeebs renders and what have you. There's all sorts. But yeah, I haven't done ones in, like, recent memories. I've even, like... What the... I've even forgotten to do one for, Macro March. I didn't do one for Macro March, which was, like, you know, a little unfortunate that it crept up on me. I should have been, like, more, like, present on the fact that there was Macro March going off, but, you know, January and February, I was, you know,
always use more.
Mentally drained and busy from the whole, you know, moving around and all kinds of other stuff that was going off in my life, so...
Unlawful citizen spotted.
Alright, let's go.
And stay down.
Go. Yeah, this thing is doing the M1 brand, like,
Unlawful citizens acquired.
Oh, you aren't using that brain anyway.
Go.
Beautiful thing!
Activate suppression mode.
Those brains were wasted on you. Yes!
Look, the construction hub's just over that wall. Unless it magically lowers! Nope, we need a way around.
I
don't get it. All the raids stopped, at my mother's order. This is a lot of security.
What, you're not having fun?
Okay, let's just look around and see if we can find a way through. Let's go through the maternity annex.
Do we have to?
What? What is it?
Just all the baby stuff.
You got an issue with babies?
No, I have an issue with being told I need to have one.
Look, fair point. Find your purpose. We build for them. Our future is that. Jesus Christ, this. Holy shit, they even just had. Like, goddamn, the fucking. This is a conservative, like, dream. They're just sort of like, oh, yes, you know what women need and you know what purpose women serve? Babies. This is what the women are for. We need to have them, you know, caring for our young people. We're building for their future. And then even, like, Jesus Christ, like, your fucking leader is a woman, and even she doesn't do the whole, like, it's kind of funny just seeing that, that marketing there was like, we have to show a woman breastfeeding or being, like, maternal and shit. And they're like, but we also need to have our president there. Will we have the president be the one breastfeeding and shit? Oh, fuck no. We don't want to, like, you know,
Did you see
have
her?
people's wires get crossed over that nonsense. So we're gonna have an entirely different woman. Oh my god, that is... That was a change. Let's see, is there any... I thought there would be, like, a secret thing in here, but I guess not. Instead, we just get an even bigger poster. Like, Jesus Christ, woman, like... None of them are happy to be here. Jesus. Trade Wife HQ? Yep. This is Trade Wife.
Best thing my mother did was raise me away from all this.
Yeah, well, to be fair, we do need to repopulate.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah? Where do I sign up?
Interesting that they... Oh, wait, no, they're still building out this settlement, so of course there isn't anyone in here right now having babies.
There's the construction hub. They're following regs, and they always follow regs.
There's a good reason he's not showing waist down. Exactly.
And that maintenance access?
I
is our
have
way in.
to have pants at all times. Like, look at this. This is very important.
So what are we waiting for? Let's get to that access door.
God fucking damn. Why is this so high tech? Like, why are they, like, you know, doing, like, are we just having all kinds of diseases out in this different planet that they can't just trust the baby to just naturally get it because of like, you know, the offspring getting some of the genetic code from their parents? Like, goddamn. Oh, hello. Reading material. Alright, what's the Hog birthing. Why gene therapy? Because your child is too important to be left to chance. Our talented reprogenetic... How the... You're fucking... Hang on. Reprogeneticists will help you design the baby you've always wanted. Oh, joy. Joy, because that's what you want women to hear, is just... Yes, we can just genetically modify your baby to suit your needs. At this point, why don't you just clone the fucking babies at this point? Probably... Also, 25 years after the war effort, how have we not had orphans? How is there not being peeps to just...
Up, Watcher!
We're not done yet, young ones!
Damn. Coalition Boulevard. Oh my god, such a gaudy name.
Take that!
Oh, that was cool.
Retain all lawful targets.
One dead tracker!
Multiple contacts acquired.
Eat that!
Reload initiated.
Drop the target!
Commence detainment.
Anybody else see that?
Unlawful citizens identified. Retain all lawful
Reloading.
Another for the junk pile. Beautiful thing.
There we go.
JD, let's get inside before more DBs show up.
Yeah, in a minute. Let me just grab some ammunition. There we go. Alright. Should be good now.
Guys,
Where's my moderators? I need a moderator in here.
we have a whole parade of DBs coming this way.
Assaulting.
One dead track.
Potential hostile target spotted.
It's dead. Frag out.
Target engaged.
Nothing but cards.
Reload commencing.
Locked and loaded. Drop one.
Unlawful citizen spotted.
Spot down.
You are in danger. Leave this area immediately. Activate suppression mode.
Robot, I am the danger, thank you very much. You do not need to worry about me.
Nice work, young ones. Now let's steal that goddamn fabricator.
I am the danger. Yay, gene splicing and genetic modification. Do you honestly expect anything different from your chat, Grant?
Deactivated our access codes.
Well, we are enemies of the state.
What? Come on. Cog didn't teach you how to hack a simple access lock? Get out of the way.
Oh,
excuse me.
Let me guess, you're gonna break it open? Oh, okay. Maybe you'll be a little more.
That's state-of-the-art cog technology. I don't think... Oh, okay.
You two go get that fabricator. We'll watch the door.
I'm going too.
Oh, no, you're not. It's safer out here. Door's closing, young ones. Okay? God damn it.
Yeah, get fucked.
Let's get this heist underway.
Yep, our fabricator should be down in one of the storage bays.
Well, technically, it's their fabricator.
Alright. In and out. Let's go.
Okay, welcome to cart control. Let's call up the lift and get started.
Ah, there's nothing in here. Okay. Alright.
Are all the construction hubs this big?
Yeah, exactly this big, exactly this shape, exactly this layout.
All right, down we go to the storage base. Del, you get us there. Kate, come with me.
On it. Have fun down there, you two.
Wait, can I...
We're aboard. Now send us down. Hey, is there a problem?
No. Just figuring out these controls. Ah, there we go.
Cool. I'd volunteered it, though I didn't catch as many streams as you'd like. No, it's okay. It's okay. I know there's at least, like, Velk was in here earlier.
Hey,
so
what's going on up there?
I'm used to running solo often. It's just funny that, like, the last few, like times I've had to get, like, an auto mod thing to be like, I need to allow jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. I need to allow eugenics.
That's a lot of DBs. Hey, let's keep things moving, all right?
Yeah, I'm trying. These controls are confusing as hell. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. You mean you... Oh, no. Oh, okay. That was a safe one.
I'm sorry. The system locked me out. I cut the power to sneak back in.
Do you control this lift or not?
Yes! Kind of.
Can someone do the follow age of GrantZeebs? I'm kind of curious how long I've had the robot zebra, like, you know.
You're good. Go grab the fabricator.
Kate, just remind me to let you handle the controls next time, okay?
I heard that.
Eyes up. There's the fabricator.
Oh, serious? It's just... That's it?
Hey, help me carry this thing.
Impressive that you're lifting it with just one hand as well. And there we go.
All right, it's loaded. Del, get this thing moving.
You got it.
Can't wait to get this thing home and fix the power. Even though
you can build
reading by
weapons.
candlelight-
Oh, interesting.
That might be the dorkiest thing you say today, but probably not. Whoa, Del! Del, they're locking down the lift!
Shit! Some kind of security override just kicked in. Ah, god damn it! I'm knocked out of the system again!
Even with advanced technologies, we still need gears and chains.
Dead! One dead tracker. Ready to roll.
Easy.
More trackers!
Drop one.
More of them!
Ah! Don't let him get close. Del, what's the status?
They just
I'm
keep
hacking
coming!
back into the system. Just hang on, I think I got it.
Tracker destroyed. Dead.
There we go.
Hell yeah!
There we go. Alright. That seemed too easy. What, grabbing the fabricator? Eh. It happens. Isn't called Gears of War for nothing. We still need chain links in our modern technology.
Shit.
Uh-oh.
Ah, gotta be joking. Down!
Hey! This isn't easy, man!
Just hurry up and fix it.
Alright.
Shepard's incoming!
Targets engaged.
Use the override to make cover!
Engaging with non-lethal force. Engage and suppress.
Really? Now?
Hostile contact.
Throwing frag!
Another dead DB!
Detained.
Del, close the security doors!
I'm trying, it says no access!
Got it.
Possible hostile contacts.
Little help here?
You mind resurrecting me real quick? Thank you.
Cease and desist all hostile activity. Detected targets acquired. Suppression mode activated.
More of them! Another Shepard destroyed!
Detainment target spotted. Engaging targets. Reloading weapon. Possible hostile contact.
And going out! Beautiful thing!
Gotcha.
Engage targets with non-lethal force.
Shock out!
Targets acquired. Reload commencing.
They're flanking us!
Raise the gates for cover!
Hostile activity will not be tolerated.
Another dead out! What's your status?
I'm hacking back into the system. Just hang on, I think I got it.
I can't let him go to waste.
Possible hostile contacts.
Sweet! Another dead Shepard!
Engaging.
Need some ammo over here.
Unlawful citizens identified. Moving now. Reloading.
Yes, I'm back in the system. Anyone need a ride up?
Yes, please.
Unlawful citizens
Oh,
identified.
you're killing us down here.
No, I'm trying not to.
Oh, perfect.
Come on. Alright, I don't have any more power, which is a problem.
Cease and desist.
I will not cease and desist. 4 years, 18 days. Nice.
No, you just missed our stop.
Yeah, I know! Shit just got real in here! I could use a hand!
Kate, we gotta back him up.
Little help, please!
Activate defense mode. Reload commencing.
Hey,
Begin detainment.
stay down.
Cease and desist immediately. Multiple
There's too many of them!
required.
They got me pinned down!
Unit attacking.
Okay,
There we go.
I'm good.
Okay, the fabricator doesn't, like, replenish, so to speak.
Yeah. That'd be nice.
Alright.
All right, so let's get out of here. Come on, help me with this fabricator. Hey, help me carry this thing.
Hey, you remember what you told Rain about getting a fabricator, JD?
Oh, please, remind me.
In and out, simple job. Direct quotes.
We are in and out.
Get easier from here, right? Let's get back to Oscar.
Who's gonna be very, very mad at me.
It's gonna be easy, alright? It is an in and out so far.
Hi.
Lieutenant, you've been busy.
Where's Minister Jin? You're looking magnetic.
Enough foolishness. You're coming with us.
Oh, those look
And they're armed.
bigger.
They are. And here's what's interesting. Unlike you two, they actually follow orders.
What is this? You looking for a repeat of Settlement 2?
A highly successful operation. It's now our most compliant settlement.
Look, our village hasn't had power in weeks. We need this fabricator.
I don't care about the goddamn fabricator. You're taking my people. Don't forget, I know what you were trained to do.
Oh.
Bye?
What the hell was she talking about?
No clue. But we need to get out of here.
Don't be... Oh my god. Why did you cross the road without looking?
That's mysteriously convenient.
Sorry I left you here.
It's okay. Turns out it was safer inside. Hey, smart guy. We're really getting into that thing?
We are, but feel free to stay if you like.
Also, I don't think I want to have to carry a fabricator all the way back home. If we can just hitch a ride.
Condor!
Get down!
Oh my god, the Condor was successful. Oh. Those are the upgraded ones.
Okay, you two, watch the fabricator. We'll take care of our new friends.
Watch it, it's gonna blow! So this is Jin's new super soldier, huh? I'm not impressed!
I kinda doubt they really care, Oscar.
Hey, less talking, more shooting. Shock out! I'm down! Gotcha!
They're strong, which is a problem.
Unlawful citizens acquired.
You're not so tough!
Target engaged.
Oh, yeah! One down!
We are authorized to subdue all hostile targets. Attacking. Containment targets acquired.
Then I found another from the junk pile. Oscar, you and Del carry the fabricator. Kate and I got point.
Okay, let's get one thing straight. When you came out, I was about to make my big play against Jin. So you really didn't save me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Oscar.
Fires 2 shotguns per trigger
See a way
pull.
out of here?
What is that?
Each shot temporarily expands the...
Danger on surveillance.
Sweet.
This way.
Where did his... Oh, there's his gun. Hang on.
Got it.
Okay, so they come out of the little, like, orbs, then.
Time to get the hell out of here.
You know what? I find myself agreeing with you more and more.
Excuse me. Here we go, here we go.
Condor, incoming!
Oh, shit.
Unlawful citizen spotted. Unit attacking. Commence detainment.
Throwing frag!
Unlawful citizen spotted.
It's a heavy! Man, these things don't give up!
Hostile targets acquired.
Oh, shit.
Better luck next time!
Investigating hostile targets.
TR-1 destroyed! Alright, big guy's down!
Targets identified.
Another dead shepherd!
Suppressing.
No more butt!
There we go. Alright, what are the chances of that gear call thing? That this statue is gonna break. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay.
Hostile targets acquired. Danger on building.
Another bot destroyed!
Target engaged.
That'll help him!
Damn it.
Get up. Not bad.
Unlawful citizen spotted.
Gonna need more ammo.
Begin
Right now!
Containment targets acquired. Attacking.
Catch!
Hostile contact
Can't let him
spotted.
go to waste.
We are authorized to use force. Activate suppression mode. Subdue hostile target.
That was a close one, but we survived.
Okay, that's all of them.
This raid was a bad idea. Feels like we just started a war.
Ah, we didn't.
Whatever this is about, it's not raids. We need to get back. Talk to Reyna.
Yeah, because if there's one thing my mom loves talking about, it's the cog.
Yeah. Oh, ammo? Yes, please. Oh, I'm already full on ammo? Never mind then.
Slick.
Alright.
Watch it! Tracker!
Oh, wow.
One dead tracker!
Ow. Okay, so these ones will do bigger explosions then.
All right,
we've now moved from suppressing like electronics to we're just gonna die.
Out of me. Still, breaks my heart watching Jin rely on a bunch of glorified tin men.
You could always re-enlist. A couple of spots recently opened up in the officer corps.
No thanks. I'm more of a shoot than salute kind of guy.
Citizens, you are in an illegal area.
Dad! More DR1. Take him out. Drag out! Another bot destroyed.
Catastrophic damage detected.
Nice. Got him.
Alright.
More drop pods incoming.
EV pacemaker online. Multiple contacts flying.
Got it.
Detained.
Grab! One down. Shot.
Oh shit.
These things don't give up.
Alright, where's their weak points then?
DR1 requesting assistance.
DR1 destroyed.
I have no idea where the fucking weak points are on the big monsters. Or not monsters, sorry, the big robots. Alrighty.
Hey, through here. This is definitely the way we came in, just a little further.
Alright, we're no doubt gonna be dealing with some big bad, so let me just...
Come on.
Alrighty. Oh.
God damn it. Now we got snipers.
I wonder what else she's built!
Sniper, take cover.
Attacking. Targets identified.
TV destroyed.
Initiating now.
Drop one. One dead tracker.
Ugh, the exploding toys I absolutely despise.
Shit. I hope none of Jin's bots found Chuz.
Don't you worry about Ugly. He can take care of himself.
Electromagnetic accelerated rounds. Timing is everything. Too long will cause the M-bar to vent the charge, canceling the shot. Okay, so do not hold down the charge. We'll try to remember that.
Excellent.
These are honestly some interesting sort of like... robot guns, honestly, where it's like...
Congratulations! You managed to get the fabricator most of the way out of the settlement. Now what?
Now we keep going.
Well, now we use that crane to lower us a path out of here. Easy.
Easy, huh? There are no controls. Only time. Yeah. Let's go!
More DBs incoming!
EVP Snaker deployed. Unit attacking.
Another dropship! It's not that bad! Get up!
Cease and desist all hostile activity.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have run in head first.
Suppression mode engaged.
Nah, I just passed you up. Stop bleeding and just get back in it.
Investigating potential detainment target.
Watch it! More snipers!
Boss destroyed!
Hey, drop that stuff on the sniper!
Unit reloading. Unlawful citizens spotted.
God damn it.
I owe you one. Anybody else see that?
Force authorized. Begin detainment.
Next. Locked and loaded. Stay down. What I found?
There we go.
I gotta admit,
Wasn't successful as I hoped, but still a success.
pretty good. Oh, so sorry. I meant magnificent. Oh, I've never seen such spectacular feats of combat.
All right, all right. No need to be a dick about it.
All right, how do we... Okay, I guess we just magically open the gate somehow.
Your friend Jin? She's not the type to give up.
You're right about that.
Oscar, come on, we gotta go.
Sorry, hotshot. I drive.
Fine. You drive.
I just realized I'm listening to Nolan North.
Watching our backs. You're a better shot than I am.
Huh. Really?
No,
I'm pretty sure it's Nolan North.
Yeah!
A few snags. A few
Thank
barbecue
God you're
snags.
safe. I was just about to head to Settlement 5 myself.
We had a few snags.
What happened?
The short version, the cog is on its way.
How long do we have?
Not long from the sounds of it. Oh. Oh, look.
I'll greet our guest. First Minister.
Reyna, I'm here for my people. Stand aside.
You're out of your jurisdiction, First Minister.
So, here's what happens next. Anyone who resists COG justice will be dealt with.
Like Settlement 2?
That's your choice.
You're forgetting one thing.
Oh? And what's that?
This isn't Settlement 2.
Okay. Good meeting.
Oh, it's not over. You two, grab the fabricator and follow me.
I'm gonna take the wild guess that Settlement 2 was basically, oh hey, like there was gonna do some population like control or something like that. And we were not all for it.
Let's go.
I reckon that's probably what's happened.
Make sure we have enough burn gel in the infirmary.
Excuse me, ma'am, but burn gel won't help. The DBs are armed with more than shock rifles now.
Wait. Jin's using lethal force? Oh, shit. Get everyone inside the meeting hall, now!
Oh, okay, so now we go the long way.
Evacuate the school. Make sure no little ones are left behind. Secure the power station.
Nice shot, kid. Reyna, the wall guns are ready.
Carmine, get back up there.
Oh, look, Carmine, over there. A blink and you miss it moment. I wonder if Wild Saber was even here before that. Yeah, Wild Saber was there. Well, that's cool. That's cool to see.
The cog's almost here. Deploy the fabricator.
Yeah, I'm making my way. Like, give me a smo.
Go and barricade the hall.
Hey, what's the count?
Everyone's here, except for Mackenzie and Eli.
They're fine. They're trading with the South Village. Lock it up.
Kate! Is the cog really coming to take us away?
Yeah, sweetie. They are. But you'll be safe in there.
Okay.
Promise.
All right, William. Lock it up.
So? We're good here. Everyone's accounted for.
Your First Minister is fond of the grand gesture.
Yeah, she doesn't do subtle.
Well, neither do I. Defend this door, and let's show her exactly what happens when you attack outsiders.
That's the name of the group? Outsiders?
Okay. Get on that fabricator and build some defenses.
Wait, are we seriously? Oh, okay. I guess we're doing this then. Actually, let's do. There we go. So I'm guessing they're normal. Sort of. Oh. And then. And then they have to go up the stairs. There we go. Do I get more points? Since when was this game going to be a weird tower defense thing? Alright. Alright, now, hopefully... They're not going to be... Oh, they're probably going to be all the way at the gate, aren't they? That's the... Alright, let's see. Let's see. Are they going to be all the way at the gate? Gonna deploy you there. Grab you... Oop, wrong way. Grab you. And get you all the way over to... Excuse me. Get you all the way over to this one.
There's a dropship!
Here we go!
Hey! Carmine took it out! See, Kate, I'm an excellent teacher. I taught him everything he knows. Oh, shit! Carmine!
God damn that bitch! Everyone get ready!
Those DBs want to get at our people! They're gonna have to go through me!
Good point.
Targets
Watch
engaged.
out!
There's a condor!
DB Shepard ready to assist.
We gotta keep the DBs away from the
Hostile
villagers!
contacts identified.
Eat that! Another dead shepherd! DB down!
Incoming fire detected. Activate suppression mode.
Another shepherd destroyed!
We've got another condor!
Guys, we've got trackers!
Tracker destroyed! Drop one!
Alright. Now, does it regenerate us more points so we can get more turrets down? No, it does not. Ooh.
Reload initiated.
Tracker destroyed! Ha! Better luck next time!
Spikes are down.
We held them off. But that was just the start. We need more fortifications. Build anything that'll slow them down.
On it.
Alright, so that was the first wave.
I can't believe Jin actually went through with this.
It must have been something you said.
Oh, yeah. It had nothing to do with you chopping our head off.
Yeah. Oh. Alright, so pull you there. Yeah, you're relatively okay in health-wise. And then... Fuck it, let's get a shock sentry. Oh wow, the shock sentry has a very long distance. As per tradition, all Carmines die. I didn't even catch on to the Carmine dying, to be real with you. I was oblivious to that. There we go.
They're back! We're ready. Just keep them away from the door. They've destroyed the main gate.
Here they come!
One dead tracker!
Engage.
Fire in the hole!
Investigating hostile target.
Another dead box! Another Shepard destroyed!
Shut them down!
That's it!
Look sharp, they've breached the wall! Watch the left for more DVs!
DB down!
Crap! Spotted. He's aimed.
Got it!
Commencing reload.
That's a clean shot!
Unlawful systems acquired.
I need some ammo over here!
Attack! DD-01 requesting assistance.
Keep our people safe! Nothing breaches that door!
Unlawful systems acquired. Major hardware failure. Maintenance required.
One dead DB!
Alright.
God damn it!
Guardians of
Tower defense, not fun. He was on the turret and got crushed by a drop pod. Ah, okay.
Hey! They have another way up!
Alright, I need ammo.
Mine now!
Its shield is down!
One dead tracker! The DBs are at the door! Breaking shield! Tracker destroyed! Guardian down!
Look sharp! Guardians!
Oh, for a second there, I thought they were gonna deploy a fucking Hammer of Dawn on us. Hi there, Waffle. Welcome, welcome.
The shield is down.
Got it. Shield is down!
Tracker destroyed.
Lick. Yes!
Its shield is down!
All right, who's next? Got it.
Guardian down.
There we go. Morning, Nano Gamer. Well, it's the evening for me, technically speaking, but hi. Welcome, welcome.
Everyone, fix what you can, replace what you can't.
You wanted more color than the piss brown and dirt gray? I did, and I really appreciate it, especially because of the fact that, like, when they showed us the benchmark, it was just nothing but, like, Dust Bowl and shit like that, so...
Check the door.
You losing your edge?
Never. I got past the DBs at Settlement 5, didn't I? Not a scratch.
You were bleeding when you came back.
I cut myself. Shaving.
I'm just gonna put, like... I'm just gonna put them real close. Because, like, there's no point in,
Mom! They destroyed the archive!
I saw.
What?
Of the data, not the books. The ones that Dad salvaged after Jacinto. Kate! Everyone, get ready!
Oh boy, that's not gonna looking...
Got it! Those brains were wasted on you.
Activate suppression mode. Potential hostile target spotted.
And stay down.
Oh, I can't redo... Okay, so the long shot doesn't get replenished ammo from that.
Throwing frag!
That's annoying.
Excellent.
Guys, trackers incoming!
Come on, there we go. Ow!
I'm down.
Damn it!
I'll help you out!
Oh, goodbye.
Where's the salvo? Alright, here we go. Flank deterrence? Yeah. Alright, so those two are there, which means we can now do this.
Here you go.
TV destroyed!
Tracker destroyed. Roll frag. Frag out.
Here we go. 11% sounds about right. Ooh.
Destroyed.
damn it!
I'm coming.
This'll work. Bust down.
Alright, where's the...
Hey, that's the last of them.
Yeah, but like, you know, that took a lot out of us. Good thing they only had 3 waves, I suppose.
Oh, shit. JD, incoming wind flare.
That's probably... Oh,
boy.
You promised me you could steal that fabricator without provoking Jin.
Ma'am, were you listening? This has nothing to do with a fabricator.
Then what did you do?
Jin accused us of taking her people.
Yeah, whatever that means.
I told you, both of you, don't make me regret taking you in.
You know she's lying. Since when do we care what the COG thinks?
When it leads to war. You 3, get the fabricator to the power station and install the inverter.
You realize Jin's coming back, right? We need to leave, now.
Get the power back on.
Fine. Whatever you want.
You, when more cogs show up, sound the alarm. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, you always said this day would come.
Which is why we stick to the plan.
and I can't pause
Speed
this.
up. Rain is mad enough as it is.
Yeah, I know. Just keeps crapping out. This thing's been through a lot today.
Yeah, well, it can join the club.
The fuck is that?
Almost done. Okay, JD, get on that switch.
All right, some sort of weird locust shit.
Okay, fire it up.
Look at you.
Don't go out there.
Come on, admit it. You lost faith in me for a second.
Did you touch something?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Something's out there. Come on.
Anyone want to summarize? We don't know why the people are like escaping or why the people are quote unquote missing.
Mom! Hey, listen. You need to hide, and then you need to run.
And now we're being told to hide because apparently there's some big boogeyman doing shit.
Hey, you have to Mom!
I'm guessing locust shit. Looks like locust shit.
Let me in! Let me in!
We're locked in. How are you getting in if you think we can't? Yeah.
Reina! Run!
Okay, these guys are resilient as fuck. Oh.
Oscar.
Alright, so they're kidnapping peeps from the sounds of it. Although I don't think she's gonna be kidnapped, I think she's gonna be killed. Oh! maybe she is kidnapped instead. Oh, okay. Jesus!
Mom! Mom!
Bit of an overshot just to pry open a door.
Dozens of them. Hundreds, like a swarm.
It's because it's a locust swarm.
The hell, man?
Oh,
Chaz.
thank goodness the horses are still alive.
Kate.
Come on, let's get after him.
We have no idea where those things went. Look, Jin can help us.
Jin is trying to kill us.
Kate, listen.
Hey, you're not gonna be happy about this, but I know who should see that crystal shit.
Jin has people that can handle this.
Look, you know as well as I do
Del, no.
that he can help.
Who's Del talking about?
His dad.
Hey.
Because that looks
Can he
like a
help or
Marcus
not?
Phoenix kind of dude.
Yeah, he can. The question is, will he?
I kind of need to go to the bathroom right now, but there isn't a option to pause cinematics, which is really fucking annoying. Okay, we're entered into Act 2. Cool. All right. Pipe. Yep, cool. It plays the music in the background. Can I pause here? No, I cannot yet pause here. God damn it, game. Just let me pause so I can go to the bathroom. It's totally unfair. Dance.
You said he'd be home.
He's home. He's always home.
That house looks abandoned.
Because that's not where he lives. Follow me.
I'm guessing he lives in a fucking
He gets like
shed.
that sometimes. You're about to find out why.
Terrific.
All right, there we go. Pause. Bathroom break. And I'm just going to do a 30-second ad while I go and piss. I am so sorry. Ah! All right, I'm back. I'm back. I've done the bathroom break, and I've just noticed that my keyboard is complaining about low battery, so I'm gonna need to plug that in to charge. There we go. All right, so you're in. This is still plugged in. Yep, hands are still working. Let's fucking go.
Thought he was gonna fix the place up. That was the plan. 15 years ago.
So, you grew up here?
I was born here. I grew up in boarding school.
Okay, so it's not Phoenix because that's an S. So, who knows what fucking name he has.
Was it always like this?
No, it wasn't.
I got a lot of happy memories of this place.
Unless this is like
the same.
Unless this is like Santiago Estate or something crazy like that. All right.
So how was he able to get permission to live outside a settlement?
Easy. Who was gonna tell him no?
Oh, look.
Welcome home, James.
How'd you know we were here?
He has a security camera. Yeah, he has a security system.
That's new.
Not that new.
Dad, we need your help.
I'm all done helping you.
Look, this time I'm not running from the cog.
Del, you in this too?
Waist deep.
You were supposed to keep him out of trouble.
Now, you know that's not possible.
I'd introduce myself, but you'll be leaving soon.
JD, show him.
Show me what?
Our village was attacked.
And my mother was taken.
Taken?
Along with all our friends.
Dad, you should look at this.
No, you look. I warned you not to join the cog. What did you do?
Dad.
I told you, don't go, outsider. The cog will hunt you down. Again, what did you do?
Just shut up and look.
Shit.
And he just drops it on the ground.
Guys?
Thought you said you weren't running from the cog.
Yeah, that wasn't completely accurate.
God damn it, James.
I'm guessing they're gonna throw the weird crystal thing to her and just be like, hey, what does this mean?
Lieutenant, time to finish our earlier conversation.
Jin, listen, you have no idea what's actually happening here.
Oh, but I do. Sedition, led by one James Dominic Phoenix, the son of a famously disgruntled old gear. Speaking of
She's about to get a shotgun to the face, isn't she?
Sorry about the door.
Don't sweat it. We were just leaving.
So we're clear, Sergeant. If you choose to aid these fugitives, I can't protect you.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, God. Is no one going to explain to her of, hey, people were taken and this is our only lead?
All units, fire at will!
Okay, no, never mind. If she's she's just looking for a reason. She's just looking for a reason. Never mind. It's all good. Hi there, Izzy. Welcome, welcome.
Nice to see you still have a way with people, Marcus.
Just head for the back door. Shit. Guess we're dealing with this first.
Sniper up high!
EE Shepard activated. People forward.
Sniper!
Inside.
Targets engaged. Hostile target commencing reload. Moving. Force authorized. Begin detainment. Reloading.
Oh, yeah!
One dead sniper! That I found!
Investigating hostile targets.
Throwing frag!
Nice try.
Can't let it go to waste.
Detain all lawful targets.
Gotcha.
I take it these are Jin's new toys.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've been playing with them all day.
Come on, follow me upstairs.
Wait, what's upstairs?
Family heirloom. Detainment target spotted.
Boss destroyed!
God damn it, more of them.
Ow. Why do you have a sniper in the indoors? Snipers are for long range.
Stand active. Unit engaging. Moving.
More of them up here!
Potential hostile targets.
I know!
Relocation initiated.
Fire in the hole!
Reload commencing. Suppression mode activated.
DB down!
Come on.
There we go. Hello there, Squeege. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're having a wonderful time. I am just going through Gears of War 4. Good old Marcus, straight to the chainsaw. Yep. Just no filter.
I'm not getting any younger.
Oh, shut up. It's not like you've kept this up to snuff, like Jesus Christ.
Now which damn book is it?
Nice. Good work. Oh, and you just conveniently had a low quality armor for women, didn't you?
Yeah, now these are my kind of...
How be, Squeege? It be. I've been going through the Gears of War, series, over the last, few weeks.
Except our armor.
I knew you'd be back. Probably with your ass on fire.
Yeah. So that's his old armor, and then the newer logo is ours, then.
Let me get that.
Kind of feels like I'm wearing a door.
Good. It's supposed to. Didn't get your name.
Kate.
Well, take good care of that armor, Kate.
I'm guessing that was Anya's.
It belonged to my mother.
Yep, it was Anya's.
Whoa, what's that?
Just calling in a favor.
Speaking of favors, you probably want this back.
What?
Thanks, Del.
Why was Del holding on to that?
All right. Time to introduce the new cog to the old cog. And clear these bucketheads out of my house.
Oh, wow. Phoenix is the same VA as... You don't say.
What you need.
Really? Sorry. Every Gears of War game that I've gone through on stream, there has been someone being like, hey, this guy sounds like Bender, or oh my god, I can't believe it's the same VA as Bender. It's like, yes, it is. Jean DiMaggio, Nolan North, and Troy Baker. We don't have that many options for white VAs for whatever reason when you go through Xbox Series. Hey, Grant, did you know it's Jean DiMaggio? I'm gonna pin that for the next 20 minutes.
Should be enough to go around.
To hold F to engage, rapidly press F to win the battle. Cool. Alright. Grab frag grenade. I'm gonna go for the hammer burst.
Excellent.
There we go. Any cool tools here? So the Retro Lancer, custom... So wait, there's custom Lancer? Apparently Retro and custom are two different things. Okay. Alright.
Oh shit! They're smashing through the walls!
Take them out!
Unlawful citizens identified.
Who's next? Engage!
Dad, what's the plan here?
We gotta get to my truck!
Alright, getting to the truck. Hey, who stole my shirt?
You won't get away so easy this time.
Damn it, Artemis.
God damn it! I just tuned it up! Alright, new plan! Take out that Kestrel!
I'm tired of this little game, Sergeant.
Take it easy on the house!
Take out his engines!
You're testing my patience.
Hey,
Hey, she's pulling out!
Nice. There we go. You need eye candy to survive the uni studies? Oh, do you now? Oh, god damn you.
Are you kidding me?
Potential hostile target spotted. Engage and suppress.
Help me out here!
Ow.
One dead shepherd.
Another from the junk pile! Another dead shepherd!
There we go.
Kestrel's back! Take cover!
Ah!
You have nowhere left to run!
Oh, okay.
Where the hell is she going?
Ah!
Stop wrecking my goddamn house!
I just love his stop wrecking my goddamn house.
More rockets incoming!
Yes! You almost got her!
God damn it!
There we go.
Well, shit.
We need Danny DeVito to do voice acting. Yeah, he did.
Cog is still after us, your truck just blew up, and the house is on fire. Is there a plan B?
Yeah, there's a plan B, but it's down in the cellar. Grab some ammo and let's get out of here. Come on, downstairs.
Let me just pick up the cool minigun.
Comply with our reasonable requests.
Clear them out.
Reasonable? There's nothing fucking reasonable.
Investigating hostile.
Another dead body!
Guys, this place is coming down.
Yeah, yeah.
Get to the cellar.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I just want to bring my gun with me.
Oh,
Do I still have the...
that was close.
Nope, I do not have the big gun anymore. That's a shame.
Dad, what are we doing? This is a dead end.
Not anymore.
Oh.
Build an escape tunnel out of your own house.
Just follow me.
To do by fall. Repair front of the house. Reinforce the barrel shed roof. Install an external security cameras. Rewire security tunnel. Replace wine press. Prune the trees on the front yard. Refloor the main house. Plant tomatoes. I can see that he's reinforced the barrel shed, installed the external security cameras, and rewired the security tunnel. he's also planted tomatoes. Good for you, Marcus. You didn't repair the front of the house or the wine press or prune the trees or refloored the main house, but you planted some tomatoes. Good for you. Good for yous. Alright, I can't grab that. I don't think I remember any of his other voice acting. Who? Danny DeVito's? So, he did Phil from Hercules. He did the Lorax.
The outside instead.
Thank you for the random shirt. I greatly appreciate it.
Guys, stop it. How about we talk about, well, I don't know, the monsters that just ran off with all our friends?
As soon as we get out of here, we'll deal with that. Now, come on.
Ready?
With any luck, Jin will think we didn't make it out of the house.
She's still gonna sweep the property.
Then we'll handle it.
And in 3, 2, 1. Oh wait, hang on. 3, 2, 1. Boo, the shirt's back on, and it's not even a good shirt. Look, it's a Kingdom Hearts shirt, okay? Because I played Kingdom Hearts. It's a good shirt, okay? Other people can pick different shirts.
All right. Looks like we lost.
Excuse me.
Let's cut through the garden.
You definitely did lose him. Condor incoming! Sniper!
Oh, this thing does burst fire now? I do not remember it being a burst fire in the original trilogy.
Yes! And you're out!
Another dead shepherd!
There we go. Why did they make these guys with, like, human limbs? Like, they're robots. You can get away with making them look like fucking bastions if you wanted to.
Guardian coming in!
Defiance not advised.
Throwing frags!
Defiance noted. Footage of your defiance has been logged and uploaded.
Shut up!
Antisocial behavior will not be tolerated.
No. All right. Through the greenhouse.
Dad, where the hell are we going?
To the barn.
And where's that?
The other side of the estate.
Jesus Christ. Oh, well, I guess if you're a war hero that is, like, responsible for the full-on, like, you know, like, saving of humanity, you can get yourself an estate that's fucking massive and probably, you know, competing against other settlements.
Good to go.
Oh, another condor.
Shit, they're gonna mess up my fucking tomatoes!
He just planted those too!
Sure, hit! Nice!
Save the tomatoes! We gotta save the tomatoes!
What the hell did you guys do?
Funny story, Dad. We have no idea.
Unlawful citizens acquired.
We need to save at least one tree of tomatoes.
Dropship coming in.
Frag out!
Major hardware failure.
Little help here?
Damn it. Did we save any of the tomatoes? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We are saving some of the tomatoes. Alright, we saved 3 of them.
Come on, let's keep moving.
There's a section. I bet there's an achievement for getting through this section without destroying the tomatoes. Well, we've saved like 5 of them. I don't know like how many they want us to save. I don't think there's a way for us to save all of them, but you know, props for trying. Also, hi there, Nano Gamer. Photo Booba? What's that about Photo Booba? Do you want to use like your full?
Just follow the path.
Uh-oh. We got another wind thingy-majiggies.
Oh no. We got a wind flare coming in.
Everyone, back to the greenhouse, now!
No, the barrel shed is better shelter. We're almost there.
After he's done improvements to the barrel shed, yes, I believe him.
All right, get inside.
Yep.
I need a hand!
Ah, yes, the Marcus boys.
Ah, shit! Drop pods! Take cover!
EV Peacemaker deployed. Moving now. Targets identified.
Guardians coming in!
Unit attack.
Shields down!
Activate defense mode.
Another dead shepherd!
Shoot the shield!
This will work.
I wonder why this Lancer is custom.
That's how it's done! Shields down! Ah, damn it! Break a shield!
Reload initiated.
The shield is down! Frag out!
Opposition noted.
Done!
There we
That's
go.
all of them.
Was annoying to deal with, but we're doing it.
My tomatoes, now this.
Dad, this wind flare's not letting up. We gotta move.
No, we hunker down here. Wait it out.
But isn't this building a little wooden?
It'll hold.
Are you sure about that?
It'll hold.
Best of luck, Marcus.
Condor coming in!
Bunkering in there, I'm imagining now. Unless, like, the wind thingamajiggy is, like, over now.
Not a goddamn word.
How much longer do you think you're gonna go? I think I'm gonna be going for at least another, hour and 30.
There seems to have been an accident. How can we help?
Well, look at that. The fire department's here.
Hey! He wasn't bothering anyone.
I need a hand.
Oh, way more co-op stuff going on now. Not a goddamn word. About what? I just got back from an ad break. Basically, like, you know, we were thinking that the barrel shed wouldn't hold, and Marcus is like, it'll hold. It'll hold. And, yeah. The barn did not survive. Give it a minute.
Wow.
Come on.
Major hardware failure. Maintenance required.
Ugh. Those things give me the goddamn creeps.
Initiating relocation.
I remember when DBs were just glorified garbage collectors. I said my piece when the shepherds went online. Didn't help.
I'll put this to good use.
Heads up! More DBs!
Serious?
EV shepherd operation. Cease and desist all hostile activity. Investigating hostile targets. Suppression mode activated.
Ready to roll! Yes! I'm down!
you deceased.
Another
We
dead
are
shepherd!
authorized to use force.
Oh, goodbye!
Unlawful citizens acquired. Engaging.
I'm down!
Damn it. She's sending the whole goddamn military after us. Yeah, for like, just a misunderstanding and a fabricator. Although she probably was like just rearing for war at this kind of, you know.
Another dead shepherd!
Reload initiated. Force authorized. Begin detainment.
There we go. Did it.
How many of these bots does Jin have anyway?
You really want to know?
See that windmill? That's where we're headed.
I thought we were going to a barn.
We are. They're right next to each other.
Right next to each other. No worries.
Mine now.
Is this your
Regal Rat? Thank you for the follow.
It belonged to my late wife.
How do you do, good sir or madam? Whatever your pronouns are, you Regal Rat, you. Alright. Break you down.
Come on, we're almost there.
I forgot how big this place was.
Yeah, well, it's getting smaller by the moment.
Hey, you hear that?
Of course. We can't go 5 minutes without the robots.
Having fun, James?
You'll be citizens and have babies and be civilized and all that.
Aren't you?
Oh, it's always good to see you.
These two always like this?
It's usually more yelling.
Plan B.
Guys, trackers incoming!
One dead tracker! Oh, goodbye! Tracker destroyed!
Another dropship!
Yeah, I'm not swapping to a Retro Lancer, thank you very much.
EV Peacemaker deployed.
We got a heavy!
Investigating hostile targets.
I'm wounded! Get over here!
Mode initiated.
Got him.
Get down! Kestrel!
You're testing my patience.
Test these.
Waste the Kestrel!
All right, that definitely hurt it.
Shoot it down! It's hurt, but it's not dead yet!
Damn it!
Take that Kestrel down!
Yeah, I'm working on that, Marcus, okay? Just give me a minute. Some of us don't have anti-artillery. There we go. I think they missed a beat by making the cog drop the bots from planes.
Kestrel's down.
What do you mean they missed a beat?
What's in the barn, Dad?
A couple of mules.
Huh. Oh, this ought to be good. Oh, guys, we got another wind flare.
Already?
Head through the ravine.
What in the fuck? How quickly do these things come and go? Alright, down we go, down we go. The coasters are saying kill all humans again.
There's not much.
The toaster shouldn't be talking. What kind of toaster do you have? Mine's just a classic, you push a button down and it heats until it gets too hot.
Jin's got us surrounded! Now what?
Let's divide their fire! James, which side do you want?
I'll take a rope.
Left. Kate, Del, you take right!
Got it!
Force authorized.
Okay, cool. It didn't explode in front of me. Nice. Alright.
Yes!
Surrender and prepare for detainment.
Oh boy. Give me a minute, give me a minute.
You guys want to pitch in on our side, feel free.
Suppress.
Damn it! Gate won't open! Anything you guys can do from your side?
Let me reload.
Right side.
It's open! Go!
EP Shepard online. Hostile target spotted.
Eat that!
Condor, incoming! Ah, shit! Gate's locked! See if there's a way to open it from your side!
Gate's open! Come on through!
Nice.
Multiple contacts acquired.
All right, we're moving! Cover us!
Oh, come on.
Nice one, thanks!
I was behind a wall. Why was that not fair? He's just getting pulled up into the air like that.
More of them coming in!
Alright, here we go, here we go. At least this isn't any razor rain. Oh, yeah, that's right. Rain that would just have fucking razor blades in it. I forgot that was a thing, wasn't it?
One dead TV! Another! The just fire!
Come on. Come on.
Watch out!
We're nice and clean and smart. Next thing you know, they're just blasting him out of little cubes.
Got a guardian!
Firing.
Marcus, you gonna be helpful?
Hostile contact.
Damn it. Oh yeah, we've not been in Kansas for a very long time, Artemis. This is not even Earth. This is someplace called Sarah.
Wall's coming in!
All right, through the gate! We gotta get to that barn!
A little help here?
Come on, Marcus. The extreme weather was a result of the Hammer of Dawn nuking cities. Oh.
Storm wall's here!
Go, go! Come on, we're almost there.
There we go, there we go. I think you missed the point of that joke. Launches their soldiers from cannons. Well, yeah, and they're just like throwing them like a bunch of dice. Like, just like, here, dodecahedron, bam. Oh, fuck. Are they just waiting for us now? That's not great.
Sergeant! So you're surrounded, obviously.
Oh, you meant the Kansas one.
Well, it's just...
I get the reference. I get the Kansas reference. It's a Wizard of Oz thing.
Come out.
These things just go over my head.
I can't be held responsible for what happens next. To you or your son.
Lady, I don't...
Well?
Lol.
Oh, you old bastard. After them!
When did you ever think you had the...
Escape plan? They're still on us!
Yeah, James, I noticed. Just drive.
What the hell is that?
Jin's overreaction! It's called a vulture! Sexy, right?
James, watch those fire bombs!
Oh, okay, I can move this, okay.
Up ahead! Clear the way! Dad, where are we going?
Fort Revolve.
The historical site? There's nothing there!
It's not what's there. It's what's underneath it.
Hang on!
Woo!
James, careful. This bike's an antique.
Worried about the bike?
Of course he's worried about the bike. Why would he be worried about you?
The vulture's back!
Hang on, what do you mean it's your guns? It's your boss. It's sanctioned government property. It's 110% your responsibility.
Watch it.
Nuh-uh. It clearly states that when power hungry, nothing is your fault.
Damn it! I can't see shit!
She may have been democratically elected, but she is fascistly incentivized. Yeah. Democratically elected, but fascistly incentivized. Yeah.
Look out! Oh, this isn't good!
Hang on back there! Here we go!
This thing can't take another landing like that.
Screw the bike! I can't take another landing like that!
Here we go.
More firebombs!
Oh, come on.
Watch it!
Ah, shit, look out!
Whee!
Ah, yes!
Hit its engines!
Tunnel up ahead! Alright, think we're safe!
Yes!
The tunnel's collapsing!
That vulture's bombing the mountain!
Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Nope. Shit. Can barely see shit, but we're doing our best.
All right, enough of this shit! We gotta ground that thing! Take out the engines!
Watch it!
She doesn't want to admit she's a fascist as they come, and the cannon is literally to put distance between her and her targets.
We're not done yet! Shoot the guns!
Oh, god damn you. There we go.
Come on, Dad, bring that vulture down!
Whoa! Got him!
Oh,
the
nice.
engine core's exposed! Now's our chance!
Drop pods!
Come on, you can do it. Alright, we shot the core.
Coming down!
Sounds oddly familiar. The democratically elected turned fascist? Nah. Totally not a jab.
Oh, shit!
Totally not.
Well, that was fun!
Port Reval.
We walk from here.
You think the swarms hold up in that fort?
2557. Oh my god.
The swarm.
That's what we've been calling them.
The swarm, huh? Okay. No, I don't. We need to get through that fort to the abandoned osmium mine on the other side.
Because...
Osmium?
Why?
Because the COG dumped a few thousand locust bodies in there after the war. If your swarm's related to the grubs, we'll find out there. Now let's go.
Marcus.
It's more acceptable than your military to involve your human ancestors getting killed or even to confront their...
25
yeah.
years ago. James
Very much so.
and I went down to supervise the disposal. By then, the grubs' bodies were completely covered in that crystal shit. Pretty much indestructible. So they sealed them up and walked away.
Okay, I got enough.
Hi there, Atomica.
Locusts are back.
Don't know yet. That's the one nice thing about being old. You don't have to have an opinion about everything.
I don't know. Like, have you met old people, Marcus? Every old person has an opinion on something that doesn't matter to them.
Nothing to worry about yet, though.
They have an opinion on the current politics, despite the fact they don't have to live through it when the ramifications go through. They have an opinion about how ice cream is served. They have an opinion about home-cooked meals. They have an opinion about TV shows that they don't even bother watching. Old people have nothing but opinions.
Pretty sure that's how you get dysentery.
Let's assume I'll live.
Nice.
Oh, what the? I think something's above us.
Yeah, I know. Keep calm.
Oh, shit.
Alright. Are we gonna get any indicator of what it is?
Guys, wind flare coming in fast!
Head for the fort!
Damn it!
Come on!
There's a gate!
Yeah, there we go.
Whoa!
Holy shit!
Don't stop! Keep going!
Hopefully we never have to end up in that.
Shelter's just ahead!
Through here!
There we go. Oh.
Get on the other side.
Ah.
Get inside!
Here we go.
Never a dull moment with you kids, huh?
Not lately, no.
We should be safe in here until that wind flare passes.
Cool.
No one has any dust allergies, right?
Nah. I'm one of those lucky Zeebs where I don't have allergies to anything. I can enjoy whatever the fuck I want.
What's that?
I have no idea. See where it leads.
It's glowing.
What is this?
Looks like the crystal stuff. When you point a big-ass laser at the atmosphere, it does shit. Oh yeah,
Yeah, I've been covered in this shit.
I just assumed that was just Sarah, like, doing things.
Come on. Whatever climbed out of that thing.
Considering we had, like, Razorfall, the Locust, I wouldn't have blinked to the whole, like, wind flare thing being like, yeah, it's just something they do seasonally. The Consolation of Death, written in the old Terran script. It's a book of the dead. Alright.
Hey, wait a minute. There's something in there.
Cut it open.
What?
Sure that's a good idea, Dad.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, that's nasty.
And it looks like it had, like, cog armor as well.
Jin's disappearances. I think we just found them.
Uh-huh.
They're harvesting us. If this is what happens to people they capture? Oh, God, Mom.
Kate, hey, come on. We'll get her back, all right?
We need to find that mine. Come on.
Ah.
Huh. More pods. What the hell's going on here?
Whatever it is, this ain't Locust. Never seen anything like it.
Marcus Phoenix is stumped.
Alley, a breezeway that connects the fort archives and main courtyard, was once lined with the stalls of spice merchants, booksellers, and silk trades. According to the Silver Age legend, an assassin conspiring against Fort Revol's king was captured here after being tripped by a priest, thus giving the alley its name. Most scholars reject this story as apocryphal. Monk trip. It would be a good name. It's a good story to the name as well. I don't think there's any, like, clever story to Brisbane. I know Canberra means, like, meeting place.
Get down.
The fuck?
That thing's been following us since we got here. I'm gonna flush it out.
What? How? Yeah, that works.
When it bolts,
Is that just a cannonball with a grenade inside it?
Got it.
It most likely is. Pretty sure Brisbane is named after some really old British dude. No cool Australian lore, just here's a Brit. He got to name the city. Oh! Oh!
Dad!
Uh-oh. Unfortunate. Please don't capture Marcus already. Ugh!
No!
Oh, that's disgusting. What the...
Run!
We do have a First Nation name as well, but the brain isn't wanting to work for me right now. Look, fair enough. It's late into the night, and you're distracted by all this himboism.
Shit! God damn it!
Marcus was gonna help us beat these things. Get my mom back. Now what the hell do we do?
That thing, I can't believe it. It just swallowed him.
Hold! All right, stop! He's gone. But he's not dead.
Time to find him.
They're taking people and using them. We know that process takes some time. So right now, we go after my dad. We need him.
And what if we can't get him back?
Then, I guess we're all alone out here.
Fuck!
Okay, so now what?
Now we go to where they're taking him.
Where's that?
The same place he was taking us. That Locust burial site.
Here we go. Here we go.
All right, let's get out of here and track the one that took Dad.
Any secret thingamadoogies around here before I waltz away? Nope. Alrighty. Second there, I thought that was like 2 safes in 1. The fuck? Jesus, how long have you been here?
Ugh. Guys, this way.
More weird tendril shit. Holy shit, that moon is huge.
Then so are we.
Anything interesting in here? No.
Oh,
Ah.
God. It's another one of those pots.
Oh, there's... All right, time to engage.
Keep it back!
Good luck next time.
What the hell are these things anyway?
Fast as shit, that's what!
No one's faster than a bullet.
Oh, that hurt! More of them incoming!
They keep dodging!
That's how it's done.
Left, left, left!
I see him, I see him!
Dead! My advice? Do not touch any more pods.
There! They're all over the place!
All right, who's next? Locked and loaded.
Yeah!
I can't believe this shit. We got monsters snatching people, things jumping out of pods.
Yeah, and no idea what the hell's going on.
Glad I'm not the only one.
Oh, shit!
Oh, god damn you.
Are you all right?
I think so.
Are we seriously that heavy?
That shit down here.
Can you get back up?
No, you guys calm down, but just watch it.
Oh man, you weren't kidding. Watch your step.
We need to get out of here.
So these pods, they're incubators. We're put in.
And they come out. We need to find my dad, and soon.
Enlist today.
Oh, great. Now there's door snot.
Yeah, before we grab that door snot, let me just...
Easy.
Let's cut through the snot.
Yeah, let me just, you know, double check and make sure there wasn't any, like, secrets, okay? And there wasn't, so moving on.
Oh, I think I got some in my mouth. Oh.
The locust has evolved, I'm calling it. I reckon it is probably the locust, like, going through a metamorphosis. Because, like, you know, previously, like, the locust had some sort of emulsion in them, like all of us did. And then there was, like, that pulse that went off, which got rid of the emulsion. So any of the, like, the irradiated locusts were then gone. But I imagine that because of those particular locusts gone, that there was a new kind of material that had to go into them.
Get after it!
No more of those goddamn things.
keep holding that button to carve them and shit.
Think so. Yeah.
There we go. Easy. Oh, god damn you.
Revive me!
Who?
Back to where you came from!
Looks dead to me.
Yes!
Who resurrected all of them?
Now we're clear.
Fuck you for whoever woke them up.
Come on, this way.
Why do they kind of sound like hyenas? Because hyenas are scary.
Damn it!
Glad we had this talk.
Wow. I think we're gonna have to redefine our definition of clear.
Nah. It's clear now. Alright, let's see. Any... Hold tab. Handwritten documents from the Locust War area that detail the COG's medical corps' dwindling supplies at Fort Revival. Oh. Not even any, like, cool, like, details? We're just like, oh, dwindling supplies, and that's it. Oh, I thought that was a tree branch. No, that's like a fucking gargoyle.
Snatcher thing. Then what?
Then we find my dad, Reyna, and everyone else they snatched.
Yeah, okay. But what if it wants us to follow it?
And it's making a big mistake. Ah, good. Ammo.
Thank you for...
Hey, there's a snot bubble up there.
Ew, what's that inside it?
Nice. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna pick that up. Here we go.
Static must be Dad's radio. Come on, he's gotta be close.
Over there!
Head toward that tram station. Let's go.
This way.
Right there! Somebody shut that thing up! God damn, that's a lot of them!
Better luck next time.
Oh, they're everywhere!
Watch it!
So fast!
Fast and pissed off!
Not so fast now.
Oh, any new gear here? Nope, just a dead cog. All right.
They just keep coming!
Ah, shit! All right, that's over. Now let's get to that tram station.
Here we go. 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 Push. I'm guessing that's the monk that tripped the assassin.
So, whose fort was this? The Cogs?
Well, the COG used it as a field hospital. Actual fort is from way before the COG. Seriously, like Kings and Wizards days.
Kings and Wizards?
I'm trying to give you some enriching historical context here.
I don't think wizards were a thing. Like, this game is very much deciding to stick, like, well and truly into the sci-fi category. They've not exactly demonstrated to me wizardry in regards to, like, the biology or the technology here. Don't get me wrong, you could have a chainsaw, like, in wizardry fantasy, but I don't feel like they've set us up for wizardry. Ooh. Wizards.
Let's see what this does.
I got paid sooner than usual. It's actually kind of interesting. What the? Oh, okay. It's.
What the hell?
Okay, that's like it's weird. Ugh. It's like a zit. And that's.
JD.
Oh, and it uses weapons too. Oh, shit. Okay.
What the hell just happened?
I think it upgraded!
Can we downgrade it? Hey, try flanking him!
Damn it!
These guys are smarter.
You're not smarter than us. What are you saying?
Not than us, than before.
Oh. Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Can't stop this. Okay, that's all of them.
I do not like those guys.
Did they just crawl out of an emergence hole?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Some kind of nest.
Filled with like all kinds of like bio shit.
Shit! Eat that!
What's more is these guys had Bandalores. They're not locusts, they're something else. They're like a swarm. They're evolved.
Great, there's even more of them up here.
Drop a pod for cover!
That's how it's done.
Grab Lancer ammo. Thank you. More Lancer ammo.
Across the way!
They're coming around! Look out!
Frag out! Don't crawl away from me!
Ha! That'll do it!
Nice.
Stay down.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Nice.
There we go.
I'd say it's about time we got the hell out of here.
Hey, are we not gonna talk about what happened back there? With the nest? I mean, what the hell was that?
Looked like they were transforming.
Wait, you mean like evolving? But shouldn't that take a lot of time?
Well, some insect juveniles can become drones in days. Hours even.
So, juvies and drones. Juvies and drones of what, though?
The swarm.
I have a feeling we're gonna find out.
It's either gonna be locusts with, like, you know, a different label to them, or it is swarm, like brand new. That's kind of cool. I don't know what Crips need to do that, but that was awesome to see.
Graveyard. That's a good omen. Ah, shit! Another nest!
We gotta get a frag in there!
Destroy. Terminate.
Sniper on the left!
Sniper!
Yeah, I see it, I see it. Just give me a second, I'll do some counter. Gotcha.
Beautiful thing!
Easy.
Frag out!
We cleared the nest!
There we go.
That's a clean shot! Oh, yeah! Nest opening up! Ah, shit, I'm out! Eat that! Got it! Get back here, we're not done yet. Got it! Oh, yeah! It's over. We're clear. The new or old definition. Come on, let's get to the tram station.
Some fucky-wucky with the genetics. It isn't a sci-fi without either genetics or fascism.
There we go.
It's gonna have one of the two, usually.
We need to get inside before this weather gets any worse.
Oh, yeah, like a razor rain or something. Hopefully they don't bring that back. That would be really fucking annoying to deal with. Mm-hmm.
There it is again. Marcus's radio.
So it's close. Come on.
Alright. Obviously Fort Revell did not have a working tram station. The structure in which our tram station was built, however, was once the Fort's customs building. Goods from all over ancient Tyrus and beyond would have passed through its noble doors. During the construction of the tram, archaeologists found literally hundreds of Silver Age trinkets in and around the building. Neat.
There!
Oh.
Ah, damn it. Oh, shit.
Oh, they hunt in packs, do they?
Okay, you're a big fella. Easy now. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, and they got multiples.
Get into cover!
Watch out for the quills!
And you're out!
2 more of them! Get it off me!
Okay, so I gotta get its underside then.
Get it off me!
Oh, button mashing, button mashing.
Yes!
As if snatchers weren't bad enough. Now we have these pouncer things to worry about?
Yeah.
Good naming.
This night's going.
Honestly,
It's only gonna get worse.
since we're the first ones going through all this, I'm glad that we get to have, like, naming privilege. Good names so far. Alright. Into the tram we go.
The longer we wait, the harder that thing's gonna be to track.
All right then. Let's see where this leads.
Go.
Ah, I'm never gonna get used to that.
I'll give it another game, I'm pretty sure.
Here we go. Oh, shit!
Tram's here.
Yeah. Well, as long as it still runs, we should be okay.
Will it? It just crashed into the bottom half.
At least the tram's still on the tracks.
How certain are you this is gonna work? The confidence in this man. I will laugh if they are evolved forms of the tickers.
Oh, come on. Seriously?
Counterweight's dragging. Go. I got this.
Ooh, one-on-one time.
Hey, you all right?
Yeah. No. I'm sorry I got your dad mixed up in this. If I had any idea...
No, Kate.
Any idea that saving my mom and you may be losing...
Hey, we haven't lost anyone yet.
Can't this thing go any faster?
Not with that counterweight dragging.
Huh, counterweight, huh?
Don't shoot it.
Wait, what are you... No, 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 no!
Hold on! Brace yourself!
Oh, God. Idiot.
Well, that was my first and last time on a funicular.
Funicular, huh?
Funicular. What? It's a word.
Let's just find the snatcher.
Marcus said the Locust burial site was inside a mine, right? But we're following the Snatchers up to a museum of all places.
Hey, I'm open to suggestions if anyone has a better plan.
Nope.
Not really, no.
Maybe we're gonna be ending up in a museum that's gonna give us an elevator down to the mine.
Oh, this is... I hate this. Oh.
Hey, look, it's a cog. Good to see you, sir. Flimsy fucking chair. Alright. Anything special in here? Ooh. A king figurine souvenir. The king of Fort Reval. Plastic toy painted in faint gold and once available in Fort Reval's many gift shops. Ah, damn. I was hoping for real gold.
Come on, outside.
Alright.
Swarm! Okay, here we go! On that drone! Oh, we're not done, you hear me? Got it! Get me up!
Damn it. What shot me?
I see you.
All right, that's done. So let's keep heading up. Get back on that Snatcher's trail.
Yep. Put that grenade away. Honestly.
Snatcher! Over there, by the old barracks!
It's probably headed for the high ground, at the fort's keep.
Okay, so that's where we're going.
Again! I thought we were looking for a mine!
Ah, shit. God damn it, more juvies! All right, who's next?
Juvie down! Throwing frag!
Got it!
Oh, another secret. What's the secret here? Evacuation procedure. Nice, nice. King Raven rare lift, medical assistance.
Snipers! Grab some cover! This'll come in handy. Sniper! Take cover! The trains were wasted on you.
Eee. There we go.
Well, the good news is, as long as we keep finding Swarm, at least we're on the right track.
I got it.
These barracks.
I got a good cadence going on right now with the Oh,
Did you see that? Above us?
no, I missed it. What's your workout routine?
Some help here.
100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 10 kilometers every day.
Oh, don't tell me.
Fire in the hole!
Come on, there we go.
One dead drone!
Hey, there's a door down there.
Then let's move through fast. I'm not getting the best vibes from this place.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. We're getting through this. We're getting through this. Here.
Oh shit! Bouncer! Ready to roll! Alright, who's next?
Another pouncer!
Pouncing, 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 pouncing. There we go.
Work!
Thank you for the survival.
Better luck next time.
Not done yet.
God damn, there's no end to them, is there?
Time to finish.
Oh, what? Are you ready for something?
There we go. Damn it. Wasn't paying attention to my health.
Oh, now I'm hit.
But let me get some ammo first. There we go.
Eat that.
Go.
JD, how much further to that keep?
Not sure, but we'll hit that museum first.
Okay. Let's hope it has a strict no pouncers policy.
Well, if not, there's always the suggestion box.
Oh no, I'm going right to management with a sternly worded letter.
Bullying in the management gets results. Just remember that in business. Customer facing, maybe not so much, but in business, yeah.
JD, up there!
You know the drill. After it. Ah, shit! More swarm!
We got
Ooh.
a turret!
Damn it, that did not aim correctly. Gotcha! Don't you dare go for that turret. When are these guys gonna learn? There we go.
Still a few left.
We got zombies!
Ah, that's gonna hurt.
Damn it!
Oh, now I'm hit.
Let's get upstairs!
There we go. How will they learn, Zeebs? They're like 5 seconds old. They'll learn somehow. Operation Levelier, a glorious COG victory against the forces of UIR, Strife, and Darkness. Operation Leveler involved the liberation of the Hammer of Dawn from a UIR research facility, which was too technologically incompetent to bring the satellite-based weapon system online. No, they stole the system. They didn't relieve it from, like, technically incompetent. We stole it from technically savvy opposition.
Okay, museum's clear.
Look around. There's gotta be a way out.
Oh shit! We got more swarms attacking from the front!
Grab anything you can find to hold them off.
Here we go, here we go. Is that all of them?
Ah, it's overheated.
JD, on the roof!
coming at us again! Hold them off!
Got a juvie!
That's how it's done! Killed another one!
Ridiculous.
Get back in your pod!
Revive me!
I got you.
That was one hell of an exhibit. But it looks like it's over.
Finally. Let's find a way out of here.
I got something for their suggestion box. Worst museum ever.
There.
Now this was quite a battle.
Siege of Anvil Gate. Assault rifle, a finicky, inelegant weapon used by UIR cowards. Wow. The Battle of Asfo Fields.
Thankfully, COG armor's a little lighter these days.
COG and UIR armor. COG armor employs osmium and polyethylene fibers to create a personal body protection system that is light, durable, and strong. UII armor, conversely, is heavier, uglier, and inferior. Fucking glazing going off in this museum. Although, I can't really, like, fault them considering, you know, to the victor go the spoils and all that bullshit. Alright, where do they want me oh, down that way. Okay, cool. One moment, please. Oh, grenade. Yes, please. Alrighty.
Well, that snatcher climbed up here. Gotta be around somewhere.
It's like, you know what I keep thinking? Tourists used to come here. Families.
Yeah.
Way before any of us were born.
Yeah, but the COG just let all these places rot. Stuck everyone behind walls.
Well, not everyone.
Look, you gotta remember, my dad, Raina, Oscar, even Jin, they all went through hell together. Places like this just remind them of that.
Yeah. And now we get to go through hell in them too.
You're playing Toontown right now? You're dealing with a different kind of cogs? Wait, is Toontown still a thing? I have not heard that game in years, decades. Toontown is still a thing? Serious? I thought it was like shut down at one point. Toontown rewritten, 100% free. Ooh. Man, it's been a long time since I played Toontown. Back before streaming, I definitely went through different kinds of MMOs.
There's the keep. Let's get inside.
Guys, another nest!
I got him! Got it, drone! You didn't need those limbs, dude.
Damn it.
Oh, that was close.
Not a great weapon.
Mine now.
Go. Alright, give me that ammo. Lancer ammo? And Lancer ammo. There we go. Oh, but there's also...
Any idea how we get the drawbridge down?
Shoot the counterweights, I imagine.
There we go. Bridge is coming down.
There, that should do the trick.
All right, who's next? All right, let's get inside this keep.
Get some ammo while we're at it. 100% fan maintained. Ah, okay. So it wasn't... So Disney didn't do like a thing to,
I'll take that.
fix up the game so it didn't require their particular servers or something like that for peer-to-peer. It's just a case of fans were able to create it.
Snatcher. Where'd you go?
Oh,
Nice.
shit, found us!
Never mind.
You're lucky this gate's between us, right? It's lucky, right?
Would have been nice to be able to take it on, but it's not the case. Although I did get a lot of ammo for the... I got a lot of ammo for the sniper rifle, which is annoying. Hey, Sir Dragon! You give me a shirt, but then you just take it away from me? What's up with that? Why are you taking the shirt away from these?
Oh, shit.
Come on, we gotta hurry!
And stay down.
Damn it. Gotcha. You. What, you're not gonna drop down?
Heads up! More coming in!
Yep. I forgot the button I needed.
Nice! Just
there we go.
Got another. Well, that was messy.
Got a drone!
This will come in handy. This will do.
All right, who's next? Back on your neck.
God damn it. Why couldn't I just be in a duel with you? No! Oh, you bastard. My first death in this game. Jesus.
City, there's a snatcher.
Oh, shit.
God damn you.
Come on, we gotta hurry!
That's one. Two.
That's the house. Ready to roll.
Heads up!
Oh.
More coming in!
Hi there! Butts, it's been a long time! Or is it only lambs now? Seeing this game takes me back, holy heck. You've played this before? You've played the Gears of War games? Alright.
Stay down.
Go.
Beautiful thing.
Damn it, didn't aim that one well. Gotcha. Alright, where's the... Oop, there's the long shot. Hey! Duel! There we go. It's only lambs because Twish forced me to. I don't know if I ever told you the story. No, I haven't heard the story. I imagine they, like, updated their, whatsamahoozies? They've updated some weird, like, you know, content creation thingamadiggy, and they were like, you need to change your name? Were you, like, explicitly emailed about it? Or was it, like, a case of they didn't tell you shit until you changed your name? Oop. Come on, come on.
One dead drone.
Here we go.
One dead drone. Who's next?
Damn it.
On my way!
I'm good to go, thanks.
Oh, nope, I was meant to get behind cover, not roll out of the way.
This'll work.
Come on, come on, come on. There we go. All right, now I can read the thing. You played on the 360 with family, and then currently the members of Open Fusion, textures fixing outdated AI and systems that made the run the wrong because the original was going backward at the time. No idea. Oh, Fusion Fall. They were talking about Fusion Fall. So yeah. All right. Midstream, they tempt banned you, forcing you to log out and then until you logged in. After putting in an appeal, they said the name was too sexual. Ah, okay. The last Gears I played was 3, though. I believe it was supposed to be the last in the series until 4 came out. Yeah. So, because Gears of War 1, 2, and 3 were from, like, the Xbox 360 era, which is weird, because, like, you know, why did we need another military sci-fi shooter when you had Halo? Like, that's the thing that gets me, is that, you know, you had this... Maybe it's because of the fact that it's, like, third person and such like that. Forcing me to change my name to log in. Ah, okay. All good. All good. So...
Holy shit. Is that all of them?
It looks like it. For the moment.
Then let's get down there.
So, where was I in my brain? Yeah, so... Because this game does... Like, I feel like the way they ended 3 was very much a, oh, that's it. Like, you know, we've now secured a future. It wasn't like Halo 3, where it's like, oh yeah, like the Master Chief goes back into cryosleep and he's like, wake me when you need me. Where it's like, you know, you could interpret that, you know, the whole point of the Master Chief is that he's only at, like, as a super soldier, he's on ice for anything but war. And then, like, you know, just because of the events of, like, Halo 1 to Halo 3, he never was put on ice, so that was, like, you know, a continued engagement for him.
Who's going in first?
But, yeah.
Hey, JD.
They then did more Halo games. And some people have different thoughts about it. Hi there, Twizel. Welcome, welcome.
How can someone be terrible at rock, paper, scissors?
Easily, because you always pick paper.
Do I?
Let's do it.
1, 2, 3.
There we go.
Damn it.
Did you really think, like, just you wait. He's gonna change to rock just to fuck with us one day.
Glad you didn't go best of 3.
He still would have lost, knowing my luck.
So the plan is still officially.
Someone dies in 3, and it was the end of Marcus's story. Yeah, so, like, you know, Carmine dies in Gears of War 1, another Carmine dies in Gears of War 2, Dom dies in Gears of War 3. Like, I'll be real with you, like, going through...
I didn't hear Marcus's radio.
Huh?
Going through the Gears of War trilogy, I didn't, like, I had a little bit of a shock from, like, Dom's death and such like that, but it wasn't like a... Because of, like, the way Gears of War has been just this, like, manly men doing manly things for the sake of humanity, man. Like, I didn't have, like, you know, the emotional devastation that I think they would have wanted me to have from, you know, the death of Dom. So,
there we go.
Yeah, it was sad because, you know, someone died, but at the same time, like, it wasn't to a level that, like, you know, I feel like the game warranted, because, you know, military shoot, like, it didn't do a really good job, like, setting the stakes of, like, oh, everyone has a chance of dying. You have a 1-to-1 scale collectible of the Lancer rifle that they're using. It lights up. Hey, that's cool. That's cool.
Ah, shit! I really hate that sound. Here they come!
Alrighty. Give me a second while I get to cover.
Watch that drone!
That's it. Last one's down.
Nice.
Oh, well, you know what? In a weird way, pods are a good sign. Means we're on the right track.
Even better if this catacomb.
Shit! Hey, where the hell's he going?
Probably to get his friends.
Come on, down here.
All right. How much more time? All right, it's 9:47, so we got like 15 more minutes. All right, the buzzkill is not a good weapon, I'll be frank. Actually, no, maybe the buzzkill may be different against all these, like, smaller fries. Let's see.
We can use this.
Let's see how this goes. Isn't there also, like, another game that's, like, the story of the blonde guy? Yeah, it's a prequel. It was available for the Xbox. I didn't want to pick that one up. It's called Gears of War Judgment, I think. You know... yeah, like I was just more interested in going through like the numbered titles. So, you know, 1, 2, 3, and now we're going on to 4, and then we're gonna go on to 5. So, will I go back to, you know, Gears of War Judgment? I don't think so. Will I go into Gears of War E-Day? Maybe. I'm just interested in going through these games. Isn't there also, it was like foreshadowing in the beginning of the game or something, right? That's what I remember, but holy shit, it's been years. No, I don't think there was like I don't think there was foreshadowing to Dom's death back in 3. Like in the first one. I'll be frank with you, like it didn't really do foreshadowing very well. The first 2 games of Gears of War was not like a it wasn't like cool narrative and such, because it did the thing of like, it tried to do Halo's thing of like, oh, let's not get you through the beginning of the Covenant War. Let's just have you at like this sort of tail end dealing with the Halo rings and such. But the problem with that is that, you know, the Master Chief, we didn't have questions of like, oh, was he put on ice on purpose or anything like that? Whereas with Dom, or with Marcus, he wasn't on ice. He was in prison. He was serving a life sentence. We don't know why he's serving a life sentence. We don't know why he was sent to prison. So like, we had all these like, you know, sort of questions before we even play the game of what is he doing here in the first act. Whereas with Halo, we just were like, okay, they woke him up from cryo because he's got shit to do, I suppose. Like, and so, you know, the books then filled in for like the question marks that we had that were, you know, inconsequential to the actual story. Because the point of Halo was that there was a major thing of, you know, firing the rings and such, and we could see about the rings at the start. Whereas with Gears of War, we were in prison. We didn't have the understanding of like, oh, we're doing something interesting with the tunnels because, you know, we weren't, you know, right at the get-go seeing tunnels or something like that. I don't know. Different first-person, different shooter games have done this, you know, song and dance differently.
Come on!
Damn it. Damn it.
Come on your feet!
Annoying.
Hate these goddamn things.
Don't worry, there's probably only a few thousand left down here.
Well, you're not helping.
Most likely a few thousands. Let's be real.
Okay, this doesn't look good. I'll take that.
Mm-hmm.
We've got drones!
Alright, who's next?
Damn it.
I got you. You're good.
Thank you for getting me. What the fuck? When did they get grenades?
Go down! Lock it off! Put this in!
There we go. Hey there, Absy. Oh, Jesus.
I got him.
Can you, like, revive me, please?
Beautiful thing.
Get back here! We're not done yet!
There we go. There we go.
All right, party's over. Everyone okay?
No.
Get that gate open.
It was painful, but we survived. I hated it. Yeah.
A little help
And some hunky Zeebs. Thank you for that. Don't think it was important. That's good. I'm getting through these games via the numbered sequence. I am mechanically enjoying this game.
Why the hell are we down here?
We go where the Snatchers go. Maybe these catacombs link up to the mine somehow.
Possibly.
Maybe.
It's a big possibility.
These catacombs have to be hundreds of years old.
Yeah, 700-800 years maybe.
So, all the people they buried down here, who were they?
Warriors, kings.
Probably wizards. Warriors.
Not living that one down, am I?
Nope.
Right not.
If I hi there, Danny. Welcome, welcome. If I heard Code like talk about wizards and like historical context while playing like Crusader Kings or something like that, I would most certainly
I'm learning to
give him shit for it.
I need a hand.
All right, help me with the big door, please, good sir or good ma'am, whoever gets here first. Good sir, the door. Thank you for the head pats. Oh, they have like...
Watch those drones in back! They have torque bows! So guys, either we're on the right track or we have unbelievably shitty luck.
Hey! Why can't it be both?
Thank you.
Hold this for me!
Yeah! Nice try. Where's the Lancer?
Beautiful thing!
No death for me, but death for you.
All right, time to get out of here. We haven't seen a snatcher for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can't do this alone.
I honestly have forgotten her name already. No.
Sadell, he said kings are buried down here. Well, that guy was definitely king of something.
You good? You wanna hug? I think she wants a hug. Do you want me to give you a hug? Your arms are just wide open, just holding a gun, just like nobody's business.
Oh, we found the snatcher!
And there it goes! How the hell do we follow it now?
Ah, shit! Got a pouncer! Get it off me!
Get it off, get it off!
Oh, yeah!
Alright, I'm gonna need ammo.
Rolling out the red carpet!
Back to your pod!
Back to where you came from!
Take that! I got you!
Sit down!
It's easier to chainsaw these guys rather than try and get the bullets on them. Plus, it saves ammo. Sit Fido.
Oh, you just went everywhere!
Pouncer!
Granted, this technique doesn't work when there's multiples surrounding me.
Down in front! All right, we gotta get through there and follow that snatcher.
Yeah, sure. But, how?
See. Is it behind this door?
Hey, there's a hole under this thing. I'll be pushing out of the way.
Oh, that's what we're doing it.
Thanks.
Can we not do rock, paper, scissors this time?
Or as Dell likes to call it, paper, paper, paper.
Oh, your lips weren't even moving when you did that.
Funny. Very funny.
It kind of is. It's just a little funny.
Oh, that's an easy one. Lost.
Well, we're out of the catacombs at least. Gotta find that snatcher.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone up for cutting through that guy?
Almost there.
We're gonna find this snatcher. We gotta split up.
This is very reminiscent of Gears of War 2, where we got into, like, the underground.
I'll take the high path and cover you two.
Lots of swarms! They're all snatcher!
Take out the hunters up there! Back in your home! Take that!
Damn it! Alright. Well, what time is it? 10 o'clock? Yeah, this is probably a good time to end the stream here, quite honestly, because otherwise I'm gonna, like, it's kind of early into the thingamajig. Enjoying Gears of War? Rate this game and let us know. Yes, I'm kind of enjoying it, but do I need to give you a rating right now? Whatever. Inventory. XP assists, CPR. What in the world? Get 5 assists. What is the point of these bounties? Oh my god, what the fuck is all this? Armored Dell, JD, Kate, Outsider Oscar, Outsider Reyna, Swarm Drone, Elite Drone, Swarm Grenader, Swarm Hunter, Swarm Sniper, cool. Gears of War 4 emblem. Smile, Drop Shot, Enforcer, Nasher, Hammerburst, Overkill, Long Shot. Okay, so there isn't really. Is that it for inventory? Yeah, there's nothing here. Like, why does it... Alright. Gonna exit this game and call it a night here. Good progress. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through the entirety in 2 streams. I didn't keep an eye on, like, how much achieve... I don't have a strong idea of how far I've gone, but, you know, it's gone pretty well. 12 chapters. I've at least gone through 12 chapters. So, you know... Pretty good stuff, I would say. But yeah, I am going to most certainly be going through more of Gears of War 4 when we get to Wednesday night. Tomorrow night, I got trivia and all that kind of nonsense, so, you know. Also, work. I have work the next day, so I need to, you know, get to bed shortly for that. For everyone else that is here, however, let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Let's see, is there someone else playing Gears of War 4? Who do they recommend? Ink Tiger is playing Monster Hunter Stories. I've been playing through Monster Hunter Stories in my off time. It is honestly fantastic game. Highly recommend it. It looks like they've gone a decent pace because they are right now going through, like they've gotten the Rathian companions. So we're gonna go raid into Ink Tiger. And for our raid message, we're gonna go with the short and sweet. Oh wait, that's not short and sweet. This one is short and sweet. Himbo raid! Exclamation point. So if you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I shall be using mine. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. If Zathium is still here, thank you so much for raiding in with your viewers. I greatly appreciate it. Regal Rat, thank you for the follow. Sir Dragon, thank you for the bits. And for everyone else, I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are as we go and raid into Ink Tiger. And if I don't see you Wednesday night, I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now.